Ay, madam.
Blowing that jahat! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that jahat! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that jahat! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that jahat! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that jahad! Let's go!
As we enter the final stage of the hottest event for MetroCard Club, this is the 2025 6 million guaranteed Metro Summer event, and we are down to the final nine. 759 entries, prize pool ballooning to 7.5, 1.2 million waiting for the champion. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We will be your casters for this evening. My name is Jester India, together with one of the pioneers of Philippine poker, Coach Ron Regis. Coach, give a shout out.
Very good evening to you. Sounding a bit choppy from the seventh planet. Some planeta ka ba galing? But it's looking real good. Really great cast of characters here at the final table of this Metro Summer event.
All right, and we're looking at the first hand right now. Edgar Asihan open jams with ace do suited, pero nakatapak siya. Marlon Laksamana with the best starting hand in No Limit Hold'em, Pocket Rockets.
That's these two hands. They do play themselves. Edgar Asian found a spot to shove, seeing a suited ace in hand and only 5 big blinds to his name. So he
That's
had
right.
to do it. And Marlon just waiting to gobble him up.
Of spades called by Marlon with pocket ace.
We're gonna have to see some wheel cards or some spades, or else this is going to be overkill.
Bluff 5 of hearts.
There's the glimmer of hope.
There you go. A couple of wheel
Shots.
cards.
Edgar has a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah,
Let's see the turn.
You hear the TD there. Only a gut shot. Spades don't matter anymore.
Turn 5 of clubs. Let's see the
Now it's reduced to a one outer. Play of clubs no longer in play.
river. Queen of hearts.
And Queen on the River, a short stint for Edgar Asihan in the final table. He's out at 9th place and he's getting 75,000. And the main event in the upcoming 55 million Philippine Poker Millions, ticket valued at 55,000 if I'm not mistaken, Coach Ron.
Yeah, he's ready for August. He's got at least that main event seat to a really big tourney. Grabe, no? We barely introduced the players at the table and we already lost
Oo nga eh.
a very important one.
That's right. And speaking of the cast of characters, let's do that. Let's introduce before we lose another player. At seat number 1 is the chip leader with 5,170,000. That's Mo Sakwing. He is the 2023 champion of this event. Seat number 2, we lost him. That's Edgar Asihan. Seat number 3 is Marlon Laksamana. Seat number 4 is Hernan JB Warren Villa with 810,000 in chips. Seat number 5 is Reniel Galvez with 2,130,000 in chips. Seat number 6 is the second generation Rivera, Nicolas Ricky Rivera with 1,210,000. Seat number 7 is John Nico Costiniano with 4,670,000. Seat number 8, the first ever father and son final tablist, is the dad of Nicolas Rivera, and that's Yurid Rivera with 3,020,000 in chips. And rounding up the final 9 is Alvir the Innocentes with 770,000 in chips. talk about a cast of characters, Coach Ron.
Well, first, what a story here for Yurid and Nicholas to be on the first final table, father-son combo.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think even Doyle and Todd Brunson were able to do this. We don't know every
That's
game they
right.
played, but it's like LeBron and Bronny over here.
Yeah. Playing in the same scene at least, not necessarily the same team. As we see the father, Yurid Rivera, against Mo, the chip leader. Mo defending. No, Mo actually opened. Early position. Yurid just flatted, I think. With ace jack off. Well, Yurid has the range advantage with this flop. Let's see if he's gonna capitalize on that.
It's more likely to hit those big blind holdings than it is to hit the razor. But as we can see, Mo is such a tricky player. Actually, the ranges, their actual cards are the opposite of the perceived ranges.
That's
Yurid
right,
has
that's
the
right.
hand you think would have raised.
That's right.
So Yurid's going to hang on here while Mo picks up even more low cards that do not help. Let's see if Yurid can take 2 bullets.
Yurid checking again to Mo. Mo's hand did not improve. Let's see if he's gonna fire another barrel here. The second one. From the looks of it, he will.
It's like 600,000. It's a big one. And it is designed to exactly get those Broadway hands that are floating out of this pot.
Ang galing ng perception dito ni Mo, no? I mean, for him to confidently put Yurid in the range, the testament to that second barrel.
Yeah,
Which he has to do actually kasi wala talagang value yung hand niya eh. I mean, a check on the turn is a give up already.
Well, some players might like to check the turn and save that bluff for the river just in case the player is drawing and will, muck his hands in the river. Because if Mo gets called here in a second barrel, he's almost obligated to fire that third one. But this is really
maybe
tough to fire because his hand did not improve at all. He's not even close to making anything. So
There you go. And
very
there's
tricky.
the folding his hand, and he's gonna watch. I'm sure he's gonna review this particular hand later on.
Yeah,
All
even
right,
even if he reviews it though, it's very tough to play. He'd have to pick up a major read, and that's tough to do against Mo Saking because he plays all the cards, and he's not going to
That's
give
right,
up a
that's
cheap
right.
tell.
Yes, Coach Ron, we would like to mention to our live stream viewers, this final table is being streamed both in the official Facebook page of the Metro Card Club and its official YouTube channel. Just search Metro Card Club. I think the advantage of watching this sa YouTube is you can actually rewind the past action, something you cannot do in a Facebook live stream.
Yes, they took away that ability. It used to exist in Facebook Live, but now on YouTube you can do your own instant replay.
That's right. Okay, we are on our third hand, and it's folded to Reniel Galvez.
Hit 5, raise 960 total. 6 fold.
Reniel opening the action, raising it to BB. The current blinds right now is 40,000, 80,000, and during the elimination up to day 2 and up to the last 18 players, they were using the big blind ante, but now, Coach, we are back to the regular ante of 10,000.
7, we raise.
That means no coasting.
50.
You're going to have to be a bit more active at this final table. And there's the 3-bet from John. We've seen him do this with far less.
Castellano, re-raising to 450,000.
10 fold.
I think Mo just told Urid what his hand was.
5
Set
fold.
10 high. So he didn't have to wait 20 minutes to watch it.
Well, between the two of them, they have a lot of familiarity with gameplays and ranges. So that's not.
10,000.
I'm sure Yurid knows that Mo can actually really push him out with that hand. All right. So no call coming from Galvez, and John Castellano took down that pot. Let me just, Coach Ron, let me give a shout out to our early live stream viewers. Clarence Isip railing for his cousin Nicolas Rivera and his uncle Yurid Rivera. Leon Bangito, shout out. Dave Spade, I sent you a message before the start. You should and Kim Orenya, shout out Vien Tulyeng Rap Bulaong. Shout out sa Bosco from Dubai. May-ari ng Toda Sports Betting, si Miguel Carlo Enriquez. Shout out sa iyo,
4 fold.
Miguel. Let's go back to the action.
5 fold.
Nicolas Rivera.
6 fold.
John with the hand that I'm sure he's going to open the action with. Ace-9 suited diamonds.
Hit 7 raise. 160 total. 9 fold. 10 fold.
And
This could be
I think
interesting.
Mo-
I don't see Mo just laying this hand down. He's at least going to call.
1 call.
yes, he's going to defend. I was about to say that. Mo with the hand that I'm sure he's going to defend with. And he did.
And now you have the two biggest chip leaders.
Hit 1 check.
A pair for John.
And Mo's got
An
that.
inside straight draw. Yeah.
Mo's got that ugly gut shot to a one-card
Yeah.
straight. One of those no-value draws because you're never getting paid
That's
when you
true.
get there.
140.
That's true. Let's see if he will pay for that.
He's not just paying to draw that jack, but it's also to send a message that he's not just going to check fold. Well, he does get the jack. That helps.
Now the question is, will John pay? Mo with this board.
Let's see if Mo gets really tricky and leads out here, because that would be the counterintuitive thing to do. But thing is, if you don't lead out, you risk this turn just getting checked back and you miss value.
true.
So Mo's going for some value here. And that's why his image works so well for him, because it's such a bluffing turn card that sometimes he might get looked up.
But look at that. John Castellano with a quick fold. Didn't even think about it.
Radar is on right there.
That's right. And tuloy natin, Romel Amiscaray. Railing for Marlon Laksamana. Kasim Mirza. Shoutout sa iyo, brother. Nice seeing you watching our stream, of course. Kasim railing for Yurid, I'm sure. Yat Xavier. Kinapos na naman tayo. Tama ka. Jay Cortez. Railing for Mo Jiggy. That's Mo Sacking. Ras Lecarte. Royly Oracion. Railing for John and Alvier. Shoutout daw sa Team Carry Ons. Represent. Alright, so. And sa ating YouTube channel, Alan Oriola, shoutout sa'yo. Happy watching. Warren.
Hit 4 fold. 4 and 5 fold.
Alam mo, Coach Ron, itong lineup na to ng final table. This is like 80% seasoned veterans. One rookie and one sophomore. Ang rookie dito, si Nicolas Rivera. Ang sophomore, si Marlon Laksamana.
Hit 7
The rest.
raise. 160 total.
founding members ng PBA.
Yeah.
Ten fold.
Well, John's gonna walk into a hand here. Once again, the two chip leaders at this final table look like they're going to
Sit one,
get into a pot again.
And nakita natin for the second time, lumabas yung mga rectangular chips ni Metro. Wow! Those
Yeah.
rectangular chips, for the information of our viewers, are valued at 500,000.
Speaking of 500,000, I
Sure.
mean, Marlon's certainly going to go over this for the rest of his chips. I mean, his stack size dictates he just
Oh my
his
God.
best move
Yeah.
is to shove here, which makes it easy
That's
for
right.
John to get out the way, and Mo is just going to be waiting to embrace the domination that is sure to come.
Wait lang bro, pinakount lang. Saglit lang.
So just to review this action, John Castellano opening the action with a raise.
So, 1
3 bet from Mo Acting and a 4 bet jam from Marlon Laksamana. Laksamana holding queens.
Sit 3.
It's a 2-outer against the Cowboys of Mo Sacking. There's the fold from Castellano.
It's an instant call from Mo.
Yung snap call na yon ni Mo, masama na pakiramdam doon ni Marlon.
Yeah, the fact na no thought required.
Yeah,
And besides, Mo had already put an amount that was close to half his stack, so
that's right also.
even with a
Even
lesser
if he was
hand,
holding jacks or tens or ace,
yeah,
ace king, he's probably gonna call.
Push all in by Marlon.
this is not how you want your tournament to end. This is a 6 spot. When you think you have a hand, it's a cooler. You think you have the hand that will double you up, and then it could be the hand that has you completely crushed. Let's see if the flop will change the story.
He needs a minor miracle, a 2-outer to be exact.
Madikit talaga kasi. Oh, sige. Kalapasan.
Whoa, what is happening
Happened there.
here?
Yes.
Oh, it's a
There were
4-card flop.
cards. Yes.
So one becomes the burn for the turn, and the
That's
other
right.
3 cards. Remember, it was 4-8-6, and
Oh
now
my
somehow,
Top 8 of hearts, 4 of clubs, green all time.
my goodness, well, that hurts a little bit extra.
Wow. That queen could have been the one that was burned.
Yeah, and now he shouldn't
Oh
be
my
burning this card.
God.
This should be the turn right
That
here.
would be the turn. Wrong pink card for Mo Chigi. Is a 1-outer for him. Somebody folded a king. Oh my God.
What a tease that was. But you know, that's a fair procedure, because when you get a 4-card
Ah.
flop in that situation, it's impossible to tell which one would have been the burn, because they
Yes.
all the way the dealer deals it, they all came out together. So full house for Marlon, an unlikely escape there. Very fortuitous. I mean, not just to have the queen come out, but to have it come out in that fashion, like an afterthought.
Wow. Sa mga nagtatanong po kung ganun talaga ang tamang procedure, yes. That is the correct resolution
Yes, it has been
in cases
discussed
like that.
extensively. They've used all kinds of logic pertaining to how the dealer pops down a flop. They usually peel 3 cards, but you never know where that 4th card stuck to. It could have stuck to the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd card, so it's not fair to just say, take away the bottom 4th card.
That's right.
So that's why the procedure is decided to be like that. You just wash the 4 cards on a 4-card flop, and one of them becomes the burn.
Yes.
Very dramatic,
Ayun,
though.
ganon.
Yes.
Yan, at the table discussing the ruling.
This is indeed how it works. There is no mistake.
I think it's a standard thing even internationally.
It is.
They
There's
want to
nothing
benchmark.
whimsical about that procedure. It has been well thought out and debated, and it has been decided to be the fairest thing to do.
Masakit lang talaga for the
Yep.
losing player.
Exactly. Oh my
Makati lang sa
goodness.
utak, kumbaga. Alright, here we go. Maki Cardenas waiting for Mo. Jay Cortez. Champ Mark Jerry Calmasain is wishing good luck to Yuri and Nico. Nicolas Rivera. Ryan Tugas. Waiting for Mo Jiggy. Pao Coral or Marlon. Pack some money. Aaron Vince Bernabe. Pamangkin din to at pinsan. Shout out Team Datu. Team Rivera. Go Nico and Yuri Rivera. Alex Taneo. Magandang hapon sa'yo. Watching from Paranaque.
Tuloy ko na.
The comments. Well, you know, nobody's better at moving on than poker players, so they are going to move on to this next hand. And as good a story as that was, the outcome is not decided by any means for any of these players, so they are going to keep moving. And Nico here with a raising hand. Position is not that great though. Nico's still thinking about this and decides that all in is the way to go. Does not want to get outplayed from awful position. And John has a hand you can race with, but almost never call with, so he's out of there. And Alvier, all in to call from the cutoff, is going to look for a better spot. Mo just took a hit there. Marlon's got pocket fives. He just got those chips from a minor miracle, so he's not going to go into a flip with it. And Warren folds, and Nico takes this one while the table discusses what could be one of the stories of the night. Could have happened the other way, as they're saying the queen could have been part of that flop, and they would still wash the 4 cards. Happens though with the quality of these cards and the number of hands that are handling them, they can get sticky. Nico this time under the gun with a hand. Modern tournament players tend to fold from this position. Sitting on about 15 big blinds.
7 fold.
Stack's going to be folded around to the innocent one.
9 and 10 fold.
Now looking at Mo with Jack 10 of hearts from the cutoff. No action to him as yet. So only the dead money, the blinds and the antes, 200k in the middle.
One raise. 160.
Raises to 160. That's a minimum raise. And let's see if Marlon can find a call from the button. If he calls, it's an open invitation for the blinds to join the party. And that might not be a good thing with King Jack. Marlon gets out of the way. We'll see Reniel. How will he defend with pocket fives? He's going to defend with just a call. Off to the flop we go. The raiser is Mo Jiggy, and the defender of the blind are Reniel Galvez. And it's an open-ender now, as well as 3 overcards to the fives of Reniel. We'll see how much heat he can stand. Mo will certainly apply some heat here. Pot is 440. He continues for 100.
1 bet 100. 5
And one and done there.
Happy bro.
Ang mabigat baka nalipat?
You see the standings there. Mo still on top despite that debacle with the Kings versus Queens earlier. Still leading the field here. Already lost one player. These are the final 8 players. 8 out of the 759 entries of this Metro Summer event. You're watching the final table. 6 million guaranteed. But the total pot, as you can see in the upper left of your screens, has ballooned to 7.59 million. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000. With antes, regular antes of 10,000. Action on John here. You know, action isn't on John yet. Oh, yes, it is. We have Nico in the big blind, and John is under the gun with ace-9 offsuit.
7 race 160.
It's not great, but John has chips, and he will use them. Chips are ammunition
1 fold.
at a poker table, and their best use is to fire them away.
3 fold.
John's gotten through most of the field now has to get through Warren. Warren in the dealer button with Jack 10 of hearts. He's got a short stack. I mean, he's not going to call. It's just between shoving or folding for Warren. Jack 10 suited, of course, only a favorite against pocket 7s and below.
4 and 5.
So he's going to give it up, and Reniel Galvez follow suit. So down to Nico in the big blind. And it looks like John might get through the entire table here with a long-range steal from under the gun and gets through the whole field to take that pot down. John is creeping up on Mo's chip lead. Of course, they both started the table as the chip leaders. Mo started with 5.1 million, and John Costiniano had 4.67 million. Only lost one player so far, and that was Edgar Asian, busting at 9th. He did enter the final table as the shortest stack, so he took a stand and ran into aces. And so that's why now there are 8 players left at this Metro Summer event. Yurid Rivera. Not going to mess around from under the gun with so many players to get through. Alver himself, his stack is getting down to that spot where King Jack might be part of the range to shove with, especially with no action to him thus far. The blind's 80k, he's sitting on 560, and this is something to consider for sure. Can Alvier grind out a few more hands through the blinds and antes, or will he take his stand now?
Oh, Sean, we just want to clarify, because I am reading a lot of backlash here sa dealer. It's not really the entire fault of the dealer. Kasi po yung ating those cards, when they get heated because of the exposure, they tend to really get sticky. May nangyari ng ganyan before kaya Broom Broom na 4 cards dumidikit talaga yung card natin, which is
10 fold.
what happens when these specialized cards gets exposed to too much heat generated by the lights focused on the final table.
I'll put it to you simply. The reason there's a procedure for it is because it happens. So it's not like it's a first and that it's never happened. There is an entire series of events that has happened in, and that's why there is a procedure that has been agreed upon by the TDA.
4 and 5.
That's true, that's true. Kaya, hinay-hinay kayo. Our dealers, ang mga dealers po ng Metro Card Club, in my opinion, are the most technically astute and well-trained dealers in the country.
Yeah, you can play it back and you wouldn't see anything wrong. He wasn't out of line there. He just a case of the cards ticking there.
Ante.
Rene Echevarria from our YouTube live. Shoutout sa'yo. Railing for Alvira Inocentes. Onofre de Guzman. Railing for Reniel Galvez.
Let me add a shout out to Arvin. Yeah, man, Pesumal. He has joined us in the stream briefly. I hope you hear this. Congratulations. As he has recently grown his family.
Sir. Six. Number 6.
Buttons on Nico, so his father Urid is in the big blind. And Alvear has taken the leap from under the gun with a better hand than the King Jack that he passed on earlier. All in for 550. Looking to get called, of course. You want to take a flip. Not content to just win blinds and antes when you have this strong of a hand. And I think Marlon will oblige him, even isolate him.
550 total.
As Marlon has chosen the flat call, hoping that is enough to get everyone else out of this hand.
Reniel Galvez with ace jack, but given the action, hindi kumola. I thought Marlon isolated.
No, Marlon did not
Wow.
isolate, but 550 is an amount that when you call someone who's all in, it's tantamount to saying, guys, I got this. It's not as weak as it looks because it is 550. But you still got to think about, well, can Marlon, even if Marlon finds a fold when Reniel makes a move, he still has to beat Alvear. And that's why it's kind of a protected pot.
All right, so Reniel Galvez letting go of his ace jack. Now it's Yurid's turn to give this a thought. He's holding pocket sevens.
And you'd love to flip one-on-one, but not in a three-way. So Urid makes the correct fold, and Alvear is off to the races. Gonna try to spike one of those two overcards to the
It's
jacks.
a flip.
Here you have Alvin falling under the gun. With ace offsuit. Followed by Marlon with pocket jacks. You see the flop? Flop 10 of diamonds.
Yurid would have hit his set.
Yeah, it always comes out after you fold.
Yes.
Needs an ace or a king.
For Outer, for Alvear, whose tournament life is on the line here.
Turn. Queen of
I picked up one extra out because the jack does make him a straight.
Alvin, let's see the river. River, 6 of diamonds. Marlon, Alvin.
And another casualty, Alvear Inocentes is out of the final table at 8th place. He gets 95,000 in cash prize, plus a main event seat worth 55,000 to the upcoming Philippine Poker Millions. Claude Hinu, shout out to you. Don't worry, we will try and do this as much as do this commentary in the English language as much as possible. But yes, you're right. When we discuss technical matters, we will discuss them not only in English but in Filipino also for the benefit of all watching this live stream.
Well, Filipino English isn't that far from actual English. You just take all the F's and you make them P's and vice versa. And then you got Filipino English. Warren still looking for a hand to stand on. Can't find it.
Maxwell Bimbi Rosete railing for John Costiniano and Mo Sacking. Reniel Galvez, late position.
5 fold.
He's not gonna play that.
6, 7 fold.
Should be interesting. Blind versus blind. Let's see if Urid will challenge. He is going to complete.
Jiggy up. Oh, sorry. All 6, 9 fold. Walang matuli.
Yeah, don't really want to blow the pot against Mo when Mo has position on you. Mo takes the free look, and off to the flop we go. Queen to queen, and Urid has to figure out how often does Mo have a queen in this spot. And the answer is not very often, and that's why Urid is betting now. Look like he underbet there. He put the proper amount now of 80,000, the minimum bet. Mo is just floating here with 8 high, but now he turns a flush draw for himself. And also just to see if Urid can fire twice. He cannot. Let's see if Mo will do something about this now that Urid has given up initiative. You float for a reason, and this is the reason he now fires 130. Not a lot of upside for Urid's hand. He does not have a heart in hand. He may have believed this deuce was ahead and still is ahead, so that is why he's making this call. Mo will need to spike any heart, a 4 and an 8. That is none of the above, so Mo will have to fire something quite spectacular to take this away from Urid.
Little fresh from the 10-5 play.
He just told him he'd bluffed him out with 10 high before. Urid might be checking to call here. Mo wisely surrenders. Urid would have picked him off. So nice spot.
All right, Urid evening the score with Mo. Adrian Lacorte, shoutout daw sa wife niya na si Mehan Lee. Ayaw kang palabasin dahil na-out ka dito. Yun lang. All right. Bong Acasio from our YouTube channel. Waiting for Marlon Laksamana. Sabi ni Bong, fearless forecast niya si Marlon magcha-champion because of that miraculous escape with his queens against the kings of Mo Sacking.
Some people like to look for signs, and they'll find them anywhere they can see them.
Sit 4 all in.
Warren finally makes a stand. It's a good hand to do it with. And he, just in time too, as he's about to take on the big blind in the next hand. So he needs something to happen here.
5 and 6 fold. 7 fold. 9 fold.
It's looking good so far for Warren. Up until the small blind where Mo picks up pocket sevens and will make the call.
570.
Wow, Marlon. Marlon could have incentive to flat here. What do you think, Jester?
I think
I mean, it's one of those spots for the only legal form of collusion we call implicit collusion.
yeah, because it means a pay jump and they can.
And the hand itself does have value, and they can play for a side pot as well. So this is a very interesting spot because Marlon can afford it. He's getting good odds. Almost 3-1. And the hand isn't awful. Certainly will not fault him for getting out of this.
Sit 3 call.
But calling is also a tactical decision here. So he makes the call. One player all in. Two players will play for a side pot.
One Mo on the small blind and Marlon on the big blind. Flop.
Mo stays ahead. Let's see if he wants to make a side pot or he's content to take this to showdown.
Full player check.
It checks through the flop and now on the turn, still looking good for Mo. There are 4 overcards to his sevens. The ace, the king, the queen, the jack. So Mo's gonna put a bit of protection here just to increase his odds. Marlon's gonna give up the ace jack. So now Mo only needs to fade a king or a queen.
Sevens. Warren with king, queen.
He is in position to take out
King or queen.
Warren
To stay in the tournament.
and give him a 7th place finish. Let's see the river, says the TD. Let's see it indeed. It's a 5. It's clean.
And Warren
And Mo Jiggy has just eliminated Warren at 7th place. Aside from the guaranteed seat to the Philippine Poker Millions, Warren, I believe, will definitely have a 6-digit payout here.
We're waiting for the payout to be displayed.
Lang yung wala.
Busted by 7s to finish in 7th.
There you go. 115,000 for Warren in cash. Plus, like you said, Coach, that main event seat to the 55 million guaranteed Philippine Poker Millions.
Just for context, sometimes it's nice to say $1 million, roughly. It's just lately we
$1
hear
million.
we hear 55 million
Philippine
a lot
Poker Million.
because of the circuits in Vietnam. You hear it's beginning to sound like it's not a lot of money, but in Philippine pesos, it's quite a big
Yeah,
deal.
that's $1 million.
$1 million. That happens, of course, in August.
August, that's
20th would be the first day, but there is a pre-event on the 18th of August. But why wait when you can grind for your seats? Not only at the Metro, but soon enough, we will share with you some other ways to get those seats. Back to the action now. 7-handed officially. This field is now the 1% elite of the Metro Summer event. Yurid Rivera. Suited, beautiful looking hand. Always looks great when it's suited.
Ano ba kami? 6 na lang, di ba? 6 na lang. Kasi pag may para makita average. Notay lang tayo. Kano?
210 total.
I think the display should say 6 players left. There you go. The clock just got corrected. Back to the action. The big blind, Reniel Galvez will defend with King Queen offsuit against the late position raise from Yurid Rivera. And the flop comes King 3-7. Reniel has outflopped Yurid and not a heart in sight. It's not a great flop at all for Yurid. And with the king showing there, he might even be trapped into at least one c-bet here. It's such an orphan flop with a king showing that this continuation bet is just waiting to get snapped up by Reniel. No real great reason to raise right now. Let's see what Reniel thinks of this situation.
Raise 200, 430.
Well, he's decided to raise it and put himself in a position to play for all the chips by the next bet. Any call here will commit Reniel to the pot with his top pair good kicker.
9 fold.
So Urid feels the pressure. Nice leverage applied there by Reniel to end the pot while he is ahead. Moving on up, and now it's Nico at the bottom of the totem pole with 11 big blinds. The blinds have gone up. You see 40 minutes per level. We are 5 minutes into this level. 50,000, 100,000 with 10,000 chip antes. 6 players left, less than 1% of the field. And you're watching them here at the final table of the Metro Summer event, a 6 million guaranteed event with a prize pool that is ballooned to 7.59 million. Action begins on John under the gun. Got a couple of Broadway hands.
7 raise 200 total.
Makes it 200.
9 fold. 1 fold.
Ranges will expand a little bit now that we are six-handed. Especially for the purposes of defending the blinds. Let's see how Reniel chooses to play his suited ace here. If he flats, he risks inviting the big blind to flat behind him. But is it strong enough to 3-bet? He thinks neither, so it's a fold. And it's going to leave Nico with the decision whether or not to defend with absolute garbage. Easy. No. And once again, John has stolen from well under the gun.
Ante please 10,000 each.
See the chip counts here. Quite a good distribution. Nobody running away with the lead, although Mo and John have been sitting on the 1 and 2 spot since the beginning of this final table. Shout out to Fisherman Mark. Good evening to you as well. And he's railing for the father and son if you showed up late. The father is Urid Rivera on your screen now, and his son, 2 seats away, Nico Rivera, is also at this final table. Urid's under the gun with an ace showing. Mo right behind him with pocket threes.
Seconds left.
Mo's going to come along and hope his threes can see a flop and that nobody pops this pot. Marlon with king queen offsuit. Tricky spot. Might be a little too strong to flat behind in a final table tournament situation.
10 seconds left. 5.
The flat by Mo makes it a bit puzzling. It's a juicy squeezing opportunity. But the last thing Marlon wants is to run into another hand and be crushed. You have to go with your player reads in times like these.
10 seconds left.
The hand alone cannot determine your strategy.
5. 3 fold.
And Marlon's going to be prudent and give it up.
3, 5 fold.
Nico, his stack is getting really short. Too short to make this call. John is also out of the way. So guess what? Urid and Mo in for a third round against each other at this final table. And Urid is ahead, having hit his ace. Mo has 3 overcards to his 3s. He went set mining and got nothing. See if Urid wants to skip a street and keep the pot small. He is way ahead or way behind here. So sometimes checking and calling and taking this hand to showdown can be more profitable. Mo checks behind. Nice card for Urid as it gives him a gut shot. Not that he needs it. We can see Mo has 1 out when the 3s have been folded. Urid's now going to go for value. Skip the flop, bet the turn for 150. And a bet like this can get calls because he's kind of underrepresented his ace, and that's why Mo has given him 1 call. Can Urid fire another bet for value? He's kind of disguised his ace. And he'll be checking to call here. And Mo is just happy to take a showdown with his pair. Well played by both gentlemen. But Urid comes out ahead of this one.
That's round 3 for Yurid Rivera in his heads-up clash.
Well, he's
Against,
ahead 2 games to 1.
Yeah,
As he got bluffed out
Against
of the
Mo.
first one.
yes. Yurid Rivera, a member of Metro Team Pro.
More importantly, a member of that royal family. That
Our royal family.
You happen to
Yeah.
be part of somehow.
Yes. That's my pamangkin. Oy, speaking of the royal family, Coach Ron, we thank God for the successful medical procedure of Yurid Rivera, Kuya Putoy. Get well soon.
Sardi.
Yeah, Zardi. Sorry, Zardi Putoy Rivera. And Ati G Rivera celebrating her birthday last night. Happy birthday to you.
Belated happy birthday.
Oh, Mo Sacking opening the action here under the gun. Connectors.
Reginald had a nice defense earlier when he outflapped Urid, took a pot from him. Nico still getting dealt pretty much
Yeah.
the worst cards in the deck.
7-4.
We call that card dead.
There's no better time to be card dead than during the stream. So everyone knows that you weren't playing badly.
That you play solid.
Well, how about round 4? And this time both of them have a piece of it. Fun piece for Urid. A low middle pair with a backdoor draw. And for Mo, it's top pair, good kicker.
1 bet, 200.
200,000 bet for Mo. Which I think Yurid might call to peel off another street here.
It's designed to be balanced as it gets called by air just as much as it gets called by small hits.
9 call.
There's the call by Yurid.
Not very interesting. Urid would have loved to see a 4th heart at the very least. Let's see how much Mo wants to extract here. If he thinks his 10 is ahead, it probably still is.
He's gonna polarize this one. I think that's a new meta now. It's a polarized bet on the turn.
400.
No longer on the river, but they start
Well, it's
doing this at the turn.
It's kind of a returned meta. There was a time where the norm was to bet a quarter on the flop and then 80% of the pot on the turn. So this one is not quite that big. It's about half the pot on the turn.
Half the pot, yeah.
9.
Here it's hanging on. So Mo is setting the right price. And now Mo has maneuvered himself to a point where he can just take a showdown if Urid checks. Unless he wants to extract some more value. It would be very thin, but he might be able to do it. Because a lot of times that third barrel can be a bluff, and Urid does have a bluff catcher.
That's right.
You gotta think about how many draws missed.
1 bet.
And also, why would Mo bet here when he can take a showdown with a weak made hand? So this is why Mo is making this bet. There are enough bluffs in its range that Urid might want to look him up.
Mo betting 550.
It's a really good
Third.
bet. It's a really good bet.
It is.
It's a bet he
Third
can
of the
make
pot.
with 9 high. That's what Urid is thinking. And it's certainly worth a time bank.
For those who are not familiar, that time bank gives the player an extra 30 seconds on the shot clock.
I wonder when the time will come where an NBA coach can throw a time bank into the middle of the basketball court and get a new shot clock. That will be very chaotic. He's going to owe another one. That is the buzzer that you hear. It's really close here.
Well, he
Uh,
paid.
It's only close because it's Mo. Against different players, Urid would not have played a 5 this way.
10 seconds left.
It's that third barrel that's polarizing. Because hands with no hope for a showdown will fire that river bet. And that's what Urid was considering. He
Yeah,
owes
but-
2 more time banks.
Yes, but it's a good fold for Yurid Rivera. And let's do the shout-outs. Good evening from Mark Pagsiyuin, Fisherman Mark. Good evening to you, still railing for the father and son. Andre Santos, Metro will have a, before the Philippine Poker Millions, Metro will have a Metro Octo Million, a 2 million guaranteed. Dati G. Rivera, happy watching. Gemon Texon, shout out sa RD Foundation Basketball League. I think that's short for Rado de Malibot Foundation Basketball League. You should have joined one of the teams, Coach.
Is this a 50 and over? I'm in there if it is.
North.
I think it's an open thing. Deuce Charles from our YouTube channel saying most exploits are on point. And Frederick Quiles, good evening. Pati sa kasama mo. Ladies and gentlemen, ang kasama ko po, isa sa mga unang poker coach sa Pilipinas. His name is Ron Regis. Talagang kailangan mo nang maging active ulit sa live poker scene. Coach Ron.
I
Hindi
recently
ka nakilala ng mga Gen Zs.
I recently made the rounds for an evening at the online scene, and I took quite a beating in the chat box from some unruly players.
Which is a common thing now, unfortunately. Sad to say.
Yeah, but it
A
was
lot of keyboard warriors in the online.
it was a
poker
bad
scene.
it was a very bad choice for that player because I had to kick him out of every table he was in after that, and it was quite an entertaining evening for me to not be recognized.
But you should really do a rounds of the live poker scene. A lot of changes. Daddy Eds Rojas, happy watching. Si Daddy Edwin Rojas. Regards to both of you, Jester and Ron. Sabi niya.
Thanks for the nice big yo.
And i-shoutout natin, Ian Reyes, the big boss of Papa Chups Resto Bar, just beside Metro. You wanna hang out, chill after a night of grind? Papa Chups Resto Bar. And also there's Metro 7. Yan ang mga choices. Tambayan ng mga pokeristas dyan sa Metro. Papa Chups Resto Bar and Metro 7. Sabi ni Pau Coral, Coach Ron, wala ka na raw kailangang patunayan. Sa mga Gen Zs, meron. Hindi na siya kilala eh.
Hindi na kailangan magpakilala. Ang pinapatunayan ko na lang lately is kung kaya ko pa mag-basketball. Kaya
Yun.
marami tayong liga ngayon.
Congratulations sa mga fans ng New York Knicks for chalking up a win,
Oh yeah.
preventing a possible sweep.
209 fold.
I like that point guard ng Knicks, Brunson.
Probably
Like how he played.
one of the best bucket getters of this current field of players. Just amazing. But how about bucket getters? John has not been opposed so far at this final table. He's taken every pot he's raised, so this is the first time he will be challenged, and he is outflopped by Mo, who defended the big blind with 9-5. Takes the top pair there.
7 check.
Wow, it just got better for Mo. He's picked up a gut shot to go with his top pair, but also a gut shot for John. That flop was skipped. Now betting will happen, and John has reasons to call.
270. 270.
I mean, Mo is so good at playing almost any two cards and then getting paid, like milking his little hits for, I mean, as much as you can imagine.
7 fold.
So
Mo bets 270 and got a call from John. And Mo earns a check mark. His line is good.
He's relentless. When he has a hand, he makes you pay to see it. 1.1 in the middle, and Mo's going to try to extract 300
Bet 250.
or 250. Get called by any pocket pair, get called by a 7, a 6. And can even get called by bluff catchers,
10 seconds.
because that heart draw missed.
5.
John, of course, has been really good at getting out of these tough spots.
And there's the fold from John as Mo scoops up that pot.
Mo closing in on that 7 million mark,
And he 10,000.
creating
Nabawi na
that
niya
separation.
yung
He is 10,000.
he recovered what he lost to Marlon earlier.
He did double up Marlon, and that cost him just about
About-
1.2 million.
Yeah, that's right. Jun Baguno railing for Mo Jiggy. Vince Nachor railing for Marlon Laksamana. Shoutout sa lahat ng pokeristang Pinoy. Good luck, Marlon Laksamana. Kunin mo na ang first major trophy mo. Gerard Eco, pakishoutout po boss ko na si Ashby Rivera para makabali ako. Oh, Datu, pabalihin mo na yan. Hindi na sa ano. Derek Elomina, shoutout boss DJ Roberto. Uy, batiin natin si Senador. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday?
May birthday pa pala yun.
Muwi ka na. Alright, the action folded to John and the cutoff. He's not going to mess around with this hand. But Yurid's got
You
the
read with a
raising
racing hand. Ace Queen suited at the bottom. what I like about racing from this spot with legit hands is that more often than not, the blinds will, you know, likely view this as a takedown and will put up a fight or,
It's
but not
always
this
it's
time. I
always
don't think.
nice to actually have it when you make a late
Yes.
position race. Especially the current meta, big blinds defend much wider now than they ever did.
10 seconds left.
I don't know if Queen 3 will fit that range though.
All right, there's a fold from our YouTube channel live chat. Frederick Wiles, sama niyo na. So, ay, nang ongoing na. Richard Tan saying, don't count on the New York Knicks winning the series. They just prolong their
Man.
agony. Pacers in 5. Wow.
Ouch.
New York Knicks fans, mag-ingay. Michael Tria, si Mo ba si Target, the flip-top MC? Hindi po. He's not. Kamukha ba niyo si Target? Parang hindi naman.
Target.
Ramon Pablo is railing for Marlon Laksamana. And this is, for those who have just joined this live stream, this is the final table of the 6 million guaranteed Metro Summer event. Happening live at the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions. We are your commentators, your casters. My name is Chester India, together with Ron Regis.
7.
You're using the Western pronunciation of the name, of course, Regis.
Nahahawa na ako kay ano eh. Kay Bob eh.
1 goal.
Of course, the localized pronunciation would be Regis. May naggumagamit ba ng Regis?
It's actually Regis.
Regis talaga siya.
Yeah, but I gave up long ago. You know, it's whatever language you want to say it in.
3 call.
I'm sure may gumamit din ng Regis.
All the time.
Regis. Sino po? Si Ron Regis. Marlon, King, Queen. Just flat. Ako,
Yeah,
baka,
it's interesting. He's flatting to call. He's flatting because he wants to manage the size of the pot, wants to see this flop. Well, he's seen it, and they both missed it.
and for Reniel to take down this spot this early. Opted to check behind. He
Yes.
thinks his king has value.
Still not sure what he's up against, but now he's got a gut shot to go with his king high. Be a shame for Reniel to let Marlon win this via showdown if it checks all the way through. It's his second check in a row, second opportunity Reniel is passing on. This will be, unfortunately, on this third check, Marlon might find a call because the pot's so small that the bet will be
Yeah,
callable.
because
So
he
Reniel
wasn't.
cannot bet.
Yeah. You know the reason. I think the reason Reniel checked that behind. He's thinking. He's not putting Marlon to have that big a hand. You know, he's thinking his king high has value.
He might have completed
can,
with some funky hand,
yeah.
like a 9-6 or a queen 10.
Yes. It's normally king queen combo or king combos with better than his king 9 would probably raise on that spot. So hence the check down from Galvez. Let's see. Let's continue the shoutouts. Tyron Alvarado, shoutout Ryan Tugas. Kel Ramaisky, shoutout kay Baguno. Aseng Dyson, shoutout kay Gab Marcelino watching from Casa Poker, Sampaloc. Royly Oracion, shoutout daw sa Rod Delta Row at Baluarte ng mga higante. Chip Blaze. Iko Alaguer, shoutout kay Mark Forbes. Tyron Lim, ayaan mo New York Yankees at San Francisco doubles. Late ka na naman mag-advise, Tyron Lim. Alright, A6 off for Mo.
Folded to him in the cutoff. And he does have more chips than anyone at this table right now. Clicked it up to 200,000. And as we like to say, look, do we have here pocket fives for Reniel Galvez. Well, playing this one differently. Earlier, he'd been more passive with his pairs. This time is 3-bet all in and put the maximum amount of pressure so Mo cannot hang around. Gives it up and Reniel gains 330,000. Still fifth out of the 6 players right now. Nico still hasn't found a hand to play. Is steadily blinding down. 6 players remain in this Metro Summer Event final table. Nico did start the final table with 1.2 million in chips, but he's down to 800,000 now. And the blinds have risen to 50K, 100K. Yurid's under the gun. No hand for him, but a little bit of a hand for Mo. Ace-9 off in the hijack. We are 6-handed. So yeah, UTG +1 is actually the hijack. Mo chucks in that raise. Marlon gets out of the way. See if Nico finally gets the hand. It's a little bit better than 9 deuce, 9 tray, all these other garbage hand he's been getting, but still ultimately garbage for Nico.
Oh, at least coordinated. Pwede nang pang-defend. Buti na lang.
Got a little
Hindi niya
better. A little bit better.
The Marcelino, shoutout kay Chuck Canotal. Jojo Tech ba? Yung original idol ko, nanonood. Pwede na pala maglaro teenager sa Metro. Wala naman. Tinitira mo na naman si Reniel. Ikaw talaga. Dexter Manapat, shoutout sa'yo. Gerard Eco, shoutout po sa isa ko pang boss. Jojo Tech. Jed J. Javier. Hindi po ba naglaro si Sir Takayama? I think nasa abroad pa ata siya, if I'm not mistaken. He's still out of the country. Pabalik pa lang ata. So hindi nila inabot tong ano. Ingat natin, Coach Ron, itong tanong ni Frederick Wiles dito sa ating YouTube live chat while we are watching Reniel decide on what to do with this 10-7, but he eventually folded. Sabi ni Frederick Wiles, what is the meaning of baluarte? Naririnig ko yan pero hindi ko makuha. Si Coach Ron, magaling to sa...
Ano ba sa English?
Baluarte would be turf.
Turf, right? It's not
Turf,
even a
yeah.
B word. Turf.
Turf. Baluarte means parang kaharian.
Yeah.
Kingdom.
A small territory.
Oh, a small territory.
700 is 300.
Castellano.
Usually limited to 2 to 3 street corners. Or 1 barangay.
Well, Manong Chavit Singson calls his wide expanse of land baluarte in Ilocos Sur.
I believe there must be a word to address the bigger baluartes.
All right, John Castellano with a raise here. Wow, Yurid opting to fold his ace high.
I'm telling you, John has been getting his way.
Wow.
Has not really been contested.
Wow. Ryan Maglasang, shoutout kay Darwin Delao ng Pampanga.
Jojo Tech.
Jojo Tech, pwedeng mag-request ng high chair.
Jojo
Unfair
Tech.
kasi.
Second barrel na yan, ha? Baka mga 3 barrel pa.
Kirk Lloyd Lim, YouTube channel, just search Metro Card Club sa YouTube. And speaking of Metro Card Club YouTube, Jano Alvarez, I would love to have this experience. Me as a father playing with my son in the final table. Oo nga naman.
Sana all, as they say.
You have a son also, ZZ. How many years before
Oh man, we
this
are
scenario is possible for him and for you?
10 more years.
10 more years.
This time, blind versus blind against Mo. Wow. I mean,
Uy, baka matawag to. Aray ko
might
po.
get called.
Hindi.
You need it. He needs a chip count. A 2.2 is a bit
That's
stiff.
like 30% of his stack.
It's a bit stiff for
Tama ba?
pocket sixes. Yes, it is 1/3 of his
One
stack.
third.
He is ahead, but he would be flipping. And it just comes down to how badly does he want Urid out of here.
Sabi ni Mo, ang dami naman ng pinambablap. Ano? Pinambablap mo.
The whole stack. I mean, with a move like this, blind versus blind, there's pretty much a lot of ace X in this range. But this is one of the stronger hands in the range. This ace jack offsuit. Mo isn't that invested in the pot, but he knows he has a hand that can take that call if only it were a smaller amount.
Well, the thing is, at the very minimum, I think Mo is, I mean, being familiar with that open jam range at that spot ni Urid. At the very least, I think he thinks he's flipping. There's a lot. My king queen suited.
Yeah, all the ace X's are there.
Ace, yeah.
Some broadways.
Nico Rivera, 7 bigs, has to make a move.
Yeah, the bleeding
Somehow.
continues. He's got a 9 high in pretty much every deal that I remember. Let's see what he's got this time.
This is his chance sana to engage.
Wow! Stellar upgrade as he now gets dealt jack high.
Ito na yung chance niya, no? Being a rookie to the game. In this table of Mandirigma.
I hope you remember it's not to wait too
Wow.
long. He's dwindling down to the 7 BB mark.
That's right.
And if you're counting rounds, well, he's got less than 4 rounds. He's got 3.5 rounds of poker left at this 6-handed table.
I'm of 3. King Queen suited for Mo. He's gonna raise the big blind of Marlon Laksamana, the sophomore.
Once again, another case of having a very wide perceived range, blind versus blind, but actually having one of the better ones.
Marlon
Yeah,
will defend.
I mean, against Mo's range, that King 9 looks like gold right now, but we can see it's being crushed. Marlon can take the safe route here and just defend with a flat call, and he's done so. After the flop,
Our scenario is to see a king on the flop.
or all red cards. It's a flush draw for Marlon, and a backdoor
7
flush draw
outer.
with a better hand by Mo. The queen has already hit, so the 9 is no longer an out for Marlon. It's gotta be just the hearts.
The 7 remaining in the deck for Laksamana.
What a nice callable bet by Mo, and he's extracted 150,000. Marlon.
Oh, Marlon
some-
raising.
Some kind of play. If this were old school limit hold'em, I'd say he was trying to get a free river card by raising now, intending to check that turn back in case he misses. Let's see if that indeed is what will happen, as I expect Mo to check here. Mo would be checking to call, and if Marlon takes that free river card, he practically has his hand face up as a draw. So maybe you'd consider betting again here. Nope, he's taking
And he
that
tugged
free card.
behind.
That's an old school play right there, and it pays off.
Good move by Marlon.
We almost never see that line, but
The question is how to extract value. Of course, that check of Mo is like indicative of he's calling any bet
he's
from
checking to
Mar,
call.
any
The
decent bet. Yeah,
question is how much. Marlon can't
how
get too
much? That's
greedy,
right.
or he can polarize. He can go for a really big amount. Except that the way he's played his hand really reeks of a flush draw. The old race to flop, check the turn back for the free river.
He's gonna polarize it.
That's about a million.
3-bet, 900 total.
900,000.
Almost.
He is going for it. Mo is losing to most cards that raise that flop. Because cards that raise that flop include flush draws and two pairs and sets.
And look at that. Mo didn't even wasted a second thinking about it.
Yeah,
Insta fold from him.
yeah, like I said, like when Marlon took that free card on the turn, take that free river by checking the turn back. To a guy like Mo, it's pretty much two hearts
Tweaks
in his
of
hand
a
face up.
of,
Yeah,
of exactly what he has. Yes, that's right.
I think it would be a little bit better to have continued there for another small amount, just so it's not face up as a flush draw.
Yes. Bien Ram, shoutout po kay Cesar Doniego, alias Lapog, from our Facebook live stream. We're currently at level 30. The blinds, 60,000, 120,000, regular ante of 10,000. 1.2 million. Another poker player will come home as a millionaire tonight.
Yeah, you can tell us how that feels, because I know you've done it twice.
It's a mixed.
Do you go,
It's
do you go straight home or do you wait till the wife is asleep?
You don't the now the meta is you don't take it out of the cage. You go home empty-handed. You wait for 1 week. You create a ledger, put it all there.
And you
Jano
wait-
Alvarez from
you
our
wait for
YouTube
June.
saying, yeah. Jano Alvarez saying, what an insight from Coach Ron. Yan po ang makukuha nyo once kasama ko sa panel si Coach Ron.
Yeah, once every 6 months, we make sense.
Yeah,
The rest of the time, chismis is his business, Mr. Jester Incha.
that's right. Ayan o, Paulo Araneta, ibalik ang Cheesemax Thursdays.
Right
Abangan
on
nyo.
you.
Oo nga. Abangan nyo, medyo malapit na sana, kaya lang may mga tayong Abangan nyo ang bagong podcast ko.
Now we got a blind
Or
versus blind situation. Marlon didn't
Marlon
raise this
and
one.
Reniel.
Just
Again,
completed.
for the second time.
Yeah, so he's keeping it balanced, consistent to the plan. It's a queen high hand against a jack high hand as it stands right now. Marlon's still checking. I'm sure Reniel will take an opportunity to take the spot now because jack high doesn't stand to win as much as the king high hand he had earlier. And if it gets checked to him again, he would really have to consider taking a stab at this pot. There's his second check. Is Reniel gonna change it up? Yes, sir.
Because he remembered the earlier one
Yeah, he
that he
was
checked behind.
one stab away from taking that pot.
Yeah,
so
he was
this
one-
time he's
yeah.
not taking it.
This time he learned from it. Nico Rivera continues to dwindle away his chips.
I think Queen Eye, he's got to take a shot at it.
Oo nga.
He's in the big blind now, so I'd hate for him to get a hand now because he might get a walk. It might be that kind of night when you finally get aces, but you're in the big blind and you get a walk. Let's hope he has better luck than what we've seen so far. He's
He has to
lost.
consider he has to consider the combos that na may rejam siya actually. Not just wait for the hand to be folded to him. Or a 3-bet jam facing a raise. He has to widen that combo, that range.
Might go to blind versus blind also. Looking good so
Marlon.
far, looks like it's gonna go down to blind versus blind, which if Marlon doesn't get adventurous here on the button, Nico might actually get a shot against Reniel.
Might be a jam from Reniel.
Yeah, with the stack size of Nico being what it is, you're
Yeah.
just gonna take away all his plays. Not easy to be the rookie at the final table of this caliber, especially when you have no chips. And
There's the there's the raise.
yeah, just put him all in. Nico finds a call. Why not?
Why not? Of course.
Perfect timing. Instead of getting a walk, he gets a chance to double up.
To double up.
Well worth the wait. Doubling up will get him back. Not just back, but to a new high water mark. He started the final table with 1.2 million. Now he just needs to hold, even with just ace high, to get all the way to 1.4 million. Those cards are live. Pretty much a 60-40 flip. Slight favorite is Nico. Not anymore, but he picks
wait.
up a nut flush draw.
Reniel outrapping, hitting the 9, but Nico Rivera improving to a 14 outer.
Something for
With a nut
everybody.
flush draw.
You know what's funny is that he got outflopped, but he's still a 60-40 favorite.
That's right.
The 2 overs, the flushes, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Now only the flushes
Now
remain.
only the flashes, yeah.
And it cannot be the king of diamonds. That has been removed as an out. Any other diamond will do. It is not there.
GG.
Wow. GGWP.
Nicolas Rivera. A very good achievement for this young guy. Second generation Riveras showing what they are capable of running deep in this major tournament. Second major tournament, and he goes out at 6th place. He gets 155,000 in cash prize, plus
Not at all.
a main event seat to the $1 million Philippine Poker Millions.
Hey, and think about that final table picture. You know, they take a picture of the final 9 before they start the final
Yeah.
table. That's a father and son picture right there. And for more than a moment, in fact, for over an hour, they have shared this final table together. But
That's right.
ultimately, just like real life, he gets relegated to the G League while the dad goes on
Yeah.
to be part of the final 5 of this Metro Summer event.
Daniel Alvarez saying if you're on the shoes of you want player to bust out to level up in the payout, to ladder up in the payout, but if that player is your son,
Yeah,
you'd
it's-
rather want him to double up.
It's a bittersweet ladder up.
Eto na, nagdidikit-dikit na yung mga ano. Maybe Metro should consider what do you do? Siguro sa the way these cards are kept, the moist, maybe they had to ventilate, spread them up, ventilate every now and before being used in
Yeah, anyone who owns like many packs of cards like I do, if you don't touch them for a while, they will stick together just from being stored. So they
Yeah.
do have to get aired out, especially plastic
Yeah.
cards.
That's right. Jojo Tech, good game, well played. Nicolas Rivera, na-out siya nung bata. Ayun na,
Third
ayun na yung
barrel.
third barrel. Third barrel.
Yun na.
Hindi pa rin talaga pinalagpas. Joseph De Vesa, akala ko si Target si Mo. Baka mukha. Siguro kamukha. Noel Araniel, Shoutout kay John Mark Vasay na pinapanood yung kuya niya, si Reniel Galvez. Naku po, sumali pa si Kid.
Side bet pa, no?
Oo,
There you see the stack
5 players.
sizes of the final five. Reniel Galvez, his stack jolted. Big wake up. And he's now in striking distance.
250,000 to 250.
It's open for 250,000. The blinds have gone up to 6120.
Hit 7 call.
John will defend with King 5 of diamonds. He makes the call, and we will see a flop between the Razor Reniel Galvez from the button. And I see an ace showing,
7 check.
but 2 diamonds also, so something for both players to proceed
That's right.
with.
7 check. Hit 5 bet.
John certainly checking to call here. He's got the nut flush draw. You only ever fold this hand if you misread it. 170k implied odds, the whole stack.
Hit 7. Raise 480,000.
John has played this one aggressively with a check raise to 480,000. Of course, you can't be sure Reniel actually has that ace. Reniel is going to make this call. And now John's in a tough spot because if the turn is a blank, it would be super weak to check after a check raise.
That's right. I was about to say that he cannot afford to check the turn unless he wants to give up the hand.
No, he's got to fire another 600,000 at least here.
Yes.
And the stacks are getting shorter. If he so much as bets 500,000, he's gonna put Reniel on SPR 1.
Hit 7 check.
There's the check,
He did check. Yes.
but there's still hope because if Reniel wants to go to showdown cheap, he might check this behind and give John a free river card. Let's see how Reniel wants to play it. Sometimes better to just bet now and then check the river behind, rather than give your opponent a free card. Especially since he's played it like a strong draw.
50,000 to 450.
There's the bet. Reniel retakes the initiative with 450,000. Let's see what John's got up his sleeve. It would be really funky to check raise him twice. Well, the odds are there. 450k to win 2 million. With 8 outs, you need about 5:1, so he needs to get called another 500,000 should he make the draw, just to break even on this adventure.
Hit 7
He's
call.
not going to take that chance. The check was indeed the surrender.
Reniel adding 770,000 more chips to his stack, bringing him second overall with 3.9 million in the chip count standing.
And this is might be the lowest that John has sunk in a while, down to 3.2 million. Only ahead of Urid, who has 2.2. Gotta shout out Roland Don Ferrer, who's been hopping about the region, playing the big ones the last few months. Back to the action. Marlon's been pretty quiet, but managed to stay relevant with 3.6 million in chips still in front of him. And they cut off with an ace in hand.
250,000 total.
Brendel makes it 250,000. John's not quite in danger yet, but you don't want to have that downward momentum. You want to break that fall before it starts. So maybe that's what he's
He's using
thinking
a
about
time
making a
card
move.
here. Yeah. He's using a time card. You don't use a time card and just fold.
Not with Queen 7 of clubs, no. Normally it's when you have a pocket pair and you're facing a big race. You might use a time card and fold, but with Queen 7, you can kind of smell what John is cooking.
Yes.
6-7.
And he's cooked up a raise from the small blind.
7-6-0.
See, I like the timing here, the immediate action. John's not going to wait till he's free falling before he makes some kind of play. And he's gotten a lot of respect pre-flop so far at this final table. It's a 3x 3 bet, larger than the usual meta.
Raniel,
But
not
Raniel-
easily giving up on the hand.
Yeah, but he's now in a spot where he has to reach into his 4-bet bag and see if he's got anything there. Can't flat with ace-4 offsuit. He will have position, but it's not a great hand to play post-flop. You're essentially playing with that one card. And it's a card that could be dominated already, so he gives it up. I like how this Facebook chat is going. It's almost like a personal private message to you, not just a comment.
That's right. Yoshihiro Noguchi. Mama, our friend from Japan, regular player here at the Metro when he's in the country. I'm good. I hope you are good too. Nicolas Rivera have joined our live stream viewers. Good game. Good game, pamangkin. GG. Babawi tayo.
And let me shout out Ryan Tan is watching. Are you watching from Tacloban, sir, or are you in Metro Manila?
Oh, nga, that's a good question. I know he is from Team Tacloban also. Martz Astorga is in Manila right now. So big shout out to Team Tacloban. Ryan Tan, Martz Astorga, brothers Dexter and Wingard Brillo.
40,000 total. 240.
Marlon Lagsamana with ace 10, opening the action, raise it 2x.
7-4.
Now, very interesting proposition for Urid in the small blind.
Nasa Tacloban. Hindi ka pala naglaro ng main event, Kuya Ryan Tan.
9-4.
Kasama din dyan sa Team Tacloban, Boss Boboy Laceras. Big shoutout din. Mo Jiggy with Jack 7 off. It's a big blind. Thinking of defending it against the open of Marlon Lagsamana. And he does defend.
What's up?
Vien Ram, shoutout po kay J.A. Bautista. Hindi ka na umabot, Kuya Ryan. Sa Metro Walk to a million ka na aabot.
Got shot and 1 over for Mo as Marlon has hit the top pair with the top kicker.
Sit 3-bet 160.
Mo has checked. I mean, it's a perceived 7-outer, but we can see 3 of the outs have been folded.
Sit 1 call.
Mo checks and calls 160. And nowhere near.
Sit 1
It's
check.
a clean a card as Marlon can hope for. And a good card to keep betting on.
So, bumalik eh. Last time na.
Wala ako dun.
Sit 3 call.
Ano ka sa ace nine? Ano ka sa ace nine?
330,000. 3
King
3
nine
0.
plus draw.
Now the bet is 330.
Queen high ako dun.
It's a bit steep.
Pambalik ka. Pambalik ka, hindi pa nawag.
Mo's not quite getting 4 to 1.
Sit 1 fold.
And that will do it.
Lines and antes, please.
There you see it, still 5-handed. Mo Jiggy still on top. But a new second placer is Marlon Laksamana, who, Jester, you referred to as the sophomore.
Yeah.
120.
Good evening to Alvir Innocentes. Hoping to have seen you play longer, but it is what it is. And good grind, sir. Congratulations on your final table finish. Action, we resume under the gun as Reniel Galvez has a suited king.
Sit 5 fold.
Gives it up, and John's got a fairly decent hand to raise with from the cutoff 5-handed ace 4 of diamonds. Pot is 230 owing to the blinds and antes, 60k, 120k blinds, 10k antes.
240.
So John makes it 240. You're it on the button with an offsuit 45.
9 fold.
And it's going to come down to the blinds. Mo with 10 deuce gives it up, but Marlon has something to defend with. Queen 10 offsuit in the big blind. And 120 to call for him. He's getting close to 4 to 1 on his money here, so he is
Call.
going to defend. John's ahead with ace high, but the flop changes fortunes all the time. I see a 10 out there. 2 sevens, but only 1 diamond. Marlon has outflopped John. John still has initiative. As Marlon has checked him, John fires on this paired board. Small bet should do it.
Sit 3
And
call.
it's a check and call for 150k. Marlon with top pair, good kicker. John still basically has ace high. Will need to spike an ace to win as a diamond does not show up on the turn. Marlon daring John to fire again. I don't think he should. Not a lot of hands call 10-7-7. That isn't a flush draw 7 or a 10. So all of them got there on the turn. And with this river, Marlon can
Sit 3 check.
safely check call or try to extract some value. Instead, he lets John get to the showdown for free, and he will take this down nonetheless. Adds 490k, so he's now knocking on that 5 million mark.
Lines and antes, please.
Firmly second in command and closing in on Mo Jiggy. see the chip counts. These are the 5 remaining players of the Metro Summer event. 759 entries in this one. Only these 5 remain. And Mo is on top with 5.5. Expect Marlon to have be a bit closer to 5 million. Firmly in second place right now. John folds under the gun. Rightly so, as we see it was 4 deuce. Yurid Rivera. He does have still a lot of chips in his stack, even though he is the lowest chip count of these 5. He sees an ace and he raises from the cutoff. Marlon also has an ace, a suited one, in the small blind. Re-raising certainly an option. Probably folding is his last option here. So it's mostly between calling and re-raising against the late position raise of Yurid. He has pushed that re-raise button and made it 700,000, which is Reniel Galvez's cue to get out of the way. Let's see what Yurid does. It's a lot of chips to call. Yurid only has 1.8. He's being asked to call another 460. About a quarter of that stack. For an ace that could be dominated.
700.
He's really only ahead of Marlon as Marlon is re-raising light, which he is, but Yurid can't know that for sure. Let's see if he puts this puzzle together. Nope, he's gonna work out for Marlon. Great choice there, and it works out. Anytime you take a pot with no contest, with a hand that's not that great, I mean, that's a great result. So Yurid is down to 15 big blinds. Not quite in the red zone, but definitely getting more urgent. 13 minutes left in this level, where the blinds are 60,000, 120,000, with regular antes at 10,000 per player. So the pot is 230,000 before a card is even dealt. There will be a scheduled break at the end of this level. So let's see if all 5 players will make it to that break in a little over 12 minutes. Right now, Yurid's under the gun with 6-7 of diamonds. Juicy looking cash game hand, but maybe not fitting for a final table when you have the shortest stack. Yurid's reaching for chips though. I don't know what the play can be. Let's see what he does. Doesn't have that high card value. It's not going to withstand a lot of showdowns unimproved. So Yurid gives it up. And we got Mo with an ace in the cutoff. Combined with him being the chip leader, this is reason enough to raise it up. Makes it 240,000, double the blind. Marlon's sitting on Jack 3 clubs, but not for long because he lets it go. And in the small blind, we got Reniel with King 10 offsuit. Does not want to defend. He's going to leave it to the big blind. But John's only got 9-4. So uncontested pot for Mo Jiggy as he tries to rebuild that gap between him and the second placer. He was up to 6.9 million, took a couple of hits, and is back down to 5.8 million in chips.
Yurid now is at the bottom of that chip count with 15 bigs.
In the back of the pack, but still a threat for as long as he has chips.
Personally, that stack is a concern for me, like how to play certain hands when you're on the 15 to 20 BB bigs. and from 20 to 30 bigs. A lot of things, a lot of variables when you're in that spot.
A lot of things change.
Are still gonna open with mid pairs. Are still gonna open with ace 10, ace jack in early position. Those are the problems ng ano when you're on that
Yeah, I mean,
15 to 20 bigs.
you'd love to keep playing with just 10 big blinds or below. That way, you can't really make a mistake, and everything else is
Yeah.
up to the poker gods. And I recall this was a major leak in your game because, many years ago, not recent history, but in the beginning, because every time you ran up your stack and got a big stack, you tend to go back to your comfort zone of being a short stack.
Yeah.
So it's
Still now my the what I'm really trying to improve on is how I play when I'm on the 20 to 30 BB range in terms of early position opens, range of hands that you open or you jam with. I've had recent tournaments I played. I've had I was put in those spots and had great learnings from the way I played and how I failed in playing certain ranges in those stacks. Edgar Asihan. Shoutout sa papa ko na si Edgar Asihan Senior. Hindi mo ako napanood, papa. First runner out tayo nga eh.
first
Ang
runner
ikse, ang
out.
ikse. Champ, ang ikse.
First runner out.
Oo, na na na,
Nice way
na
to put
ano
it.
kaagad, nakatapak kaagad
Well, if you're gonna bust, you might as well bust against aces.
against aces, that's right. Doc Lorenzo Puwig ng Las Piñas Doctors Hospital. Marlon Laksamana, mababalita ng idolo ko. Shoutout sa iyo, Doc Lorenzo Puwig at sa mga doctors na nandyan sa Las Piñas Doctors Hospital. Connectors for Marlon Laksamana. Under the gun. He's not gonna play that.
Counts to 5 and folds. See what John does with this. Blind versus blind.
And
Call, 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 call.
one of those combo that's it's an automatic walk for the big blind. The Doyle.
Only the really old and superstitious players still play that hand.
Sarili po ba yung maramo?
May blink pa pala siya doon. Hold ako. Akala ko yun lang.
Sarili po ba yung maramo?
Vector Nagali. Trailing for Marlon. Laksamana, time to shine. Hindi na topada yan.
Okay, sabi yung...
At shoutout natin, Coach Ron. I think there are efforts right now to submit him to the Smithsonian Museum as the oldest living poker player in the world.
In the
Pinakamatanda. Ricardo Singapan, Uncle Ricky. The living legend of Philippine poker. Living legend, buhay pa, mukhang alamat na. Malapit na raw ilabas yung kanyang libro, Ang Alamat ng Alamat. Yung kanyang libro. Yan, shoutout sa'yo, happy watching. John Castellano, and of course, Coach Ron, i-shoutout natin, ha? Paborito ko to, Mr. Mechanic himself, Tommy Cabrillos. Pag may nandyan yung Innova ko ngayon, na kay Tommy, pinapaganda niya. Saan ka pag PMS ka, Coach Ron, dyan na sa Mr. Mechanic. Automatic, naka-engine wash.
Location,
detail ng-
please.
Dyan lang, sa may gilid ng Metro Card Club.
Right behind
Oo. And then, di ba?
Kaya ba niyang big bike?
Oo, lahat kaya niyan. And then, di ba, may yung Innova ko, pumutok na yung manibela. Ibinato niya doon sa katandem natin kay Boss Marlon ng MJJ Upholstery. Diyan din sa likod ng Metro. Ang galing, binalutan ng bagong
Matanong nga because
leather. Oo.
my bike is due for PMS and I was gonna bring it to Calamba, but if they can do it, why not here?
Alright. Mo, 3 bets. The Open of John Castellano.
Time to send a message. Timing lang, and Mo thinks it's
Oo.
a good time. Not really the first time he's 3-bet John. John has gotten a lot of respect on his pre-flop races. Wow, great timing there. John trying to chip up a little bit, but Mo slaps him back to reality. Not on his watch.
Yes, 4 minutes remaining in this level. We're currently at level 30. The blinds, 60,000, 120,000, regular hand of 10,000. And after that 4 minutes is used up, we're going to have our first break of the final table.
No snap ball.
Fold ako, mag-jam.
4 minutes. We might play 2 to 3 hands, depending on how the action unfolds.
Ang ma-distract yan. Huwag ka sa pre-flop.
Should be a easy fold for John. He hasn't seen his cards, of course. We saw it before he did. Straight to the muck, and Yurid's got a hand. He's not quite in that zone where he can outright shove this, so he might just play this for a regular sized raise. It's strong enough to play most flops. Oh, Yurid's taken the easier route, gone all in. And it's gonna get through. So we don't see Reniel challenging with 6-4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
So Yurid takes the pot uncontested.
Mahina ang audio ni Coach Ron. Pa-adjust mo daw sa ating mga operator.
So our choice is to have the audio a little softer or to get that windy effect if it's too close to my mouth. So I'll try to balance it out. Thanks for the feedback. Hope this works out better.
Baka naman naka-low lang yung volume mo, Milbert.
Malakas lang talaga ang boses mo, partner.
Oo. Ano tayo eh.
Walang kasing lakas.
Sabi ni Alan Oriola from our YouTube live chat, Boss Jester, anong probinsya ni Coach Ron? Kilala kasi ako, Rehis na surname. Siya po ay tubong ang... Teka, no, ang Rehis is from...
Reyes, our side of Reyes are from Leyte. So good Leyte,
Leyte.
but there's some Reyes from Cebu and some of them have moved to Davao. So may
Yes.
Waray na Reyes, may Cebuano na Reyes.
But your mother's side and where you are mostly based right now is from Mauban,
Yes,
Quezon.
we are from Mauban,
That's
Quezon,
right.
where you are always invited to come visit. Just PM me if you can.
Ay, no, sakto, nag-comment sa ating live stream. Facebook, oh. Si Donya Pasing.
Yan, meron
Oh, babalik daw sa
meron
isla.
tayong
Gusto rin.
isla, meron tayong dagat, meron tayong ilog, meron tayong
Alam mo, gustong-gusto niya sa isla. Isa lang ang pumipigil sa kanya. Aircon.
I can set her up in an aircon room.
Aircon lang kailangan niya. Alam mo yung mga uso ngayon, yung mga kabana along, I just saw a resort, kabana along the beachfront, and they are air-conditioned. But no, just cabana type na enclosed. No, no, ano. Shared. Just like in the island, shared CRs.
Yeah. It's tough to pull off though because in the beachfront there are certain laws. You can't. There's certain number of meters, and you can't really have a
Yeah,
CR too
that's true.
close. Well, over
Boom!
here, yeah, we got two players with a hit, but John's got the lowest piece of this.
Ano kayang ibig sabihin ng emoji na yan na pinost ni Shane Navarro? Ano ba ang tawag niya sa emoji na yan? Kung maintindihan yan. Alright. Heads up between Reniel and John Castellano. Blinds versus blinds. Reniel checking his top pair again.
Very hard to imagine the five is ahead after the action on that flop and the third spade showing up. Any other hit is better than the five. If it was a draw, it might have gotten there. Reniel trying to get some value here, 210,000. John's only beating ace high. But what kind of cards call on that flop that he can beat? Just to think about it.
Ako, ito may tanong. Habang nag-iisip si John Castellano, Coach Ron, from our YouTube live chat, The Relax Project HD, how are you related to Jim Reyes of Davao?
We are actually second degree cousin, perhaps. We're definitely related.
There's the call
Wow.
by John.
Thin value, and he got
Oh.
it. Reniel got it, and John is a little further in the hole as we go into this break.
Yeah, so this is our first break of the final table. Basahin lang muna natin bago tayo mag-break din dito sa ating panel, Coach Ron. The hopes, good luck kay Marlon, hoping maligo na si Doc Lorenzo Puig sa ating YouTube. May classmate ako from Pagbilao, Quezon, na Reyes. Baka si Ron yun. Leo Bonggulto, Tito ko po, Jim Reyes, based sa Davao. Shout out, Tito. Ayan. Okay, so mamaya pag-usapan ulit natin. Baka Alan Oriola, baka si Coach Ron, yung iyong classmate. Alright, and we're gonna have a break. You also take this chance to get a quick break. 7 minutes remaining in our 10-minute break. We'll be right back.
kilo pa ako sa papalitan na. Okay.
Attention players, close out that number for continuing with a winning value of 500 and maximum value of 4,000. Please have your names listed here at the reception area. We have a golden name on the board.
Opo, binigay na po ni Sir Jess.
Players of the Olympic Music Band. Players of table seats, please have back to your seats.
Ay, gusto kong malaman kung ano yung sa akin.
2-minute call of main event tournament players.
Pwede nga humingi. Pwede nga humingi. Thank you. Okay na.
Main event tournament players, start ready to proceed.
Okay. 1.5? 1.20.
Regular rally tayo ah.
Thank you. Evening, sir.
10 pa rin. 816.
Lines are now 80,100, 60,000, Andy, and 10,000.
43.
Yan sila ako.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checking back in from the break.
Isang player, dealer, Kabaw, Indy.
Islam, daka, Islam.
Sound of the buzzer and action resuming as we enter a new level of hostilities. The blinds are 80,000, 160,000 with regular antes of 10,000 per player. 5 players remain in this Metro Summer event. 6 million was guaranteed, but the prize pool is actually 7.59 million, with first place guaranteed 1.2 million in prize money. Jester Insha
That's
joins
because
me. Welcome back.
759 entries was generated by this tournament. And out of that 759, we are down to the last strong 5. Reniel Galvez. Jojo Tech's favorite player.
For tonight, definitely looking that way.
Ay, putang ina. Walang call.
Call him many names, just don't call him a short stack. He only called this button. Could have been a case of being binded to call. I'm pretty sure he intended to raise. Who knows?
Yeah, I think he missed the part that the blinds have been raised already.
Right, he might have under-raised.
So he's just binded to a call.
Yeah, but if he puts 240, that's already halfway to 320. In any case, it's been ruled as just a call, which means Yurid got a free look at this. Not that it helps him much, only 1 heart there and a gut shot. Reniel has hit the middle button. Yurid does not want to hit that jack. And Reniel does not want to get 2 pairs. He's bet 160. Yurid with a gut shot and backdoor heart draws. Question is it even worth it? It was a free look. He never wanted to be involved in the spot anyway, and he will save his chips for a different situation.
Kailan ba ako nag-game sa booth?
Ante is 10,000.
See a new deal in the graphics will be catching up with us right now as we see that Mo has 6.2 million still in the lead among these final 5 players. Reniel Galvez in the cutoff with ace queen offsuit. He's not calling this time. There you go, 320 into the middle.
Made sure that he put in the correct chips.
That is a naked Dolly Parton. And not something you want to see these days.
Very interesting referral. Dolly Parton. Like 80% of our viewers right now probably, hindi naman 80. 40%, 30%.
I've got Uncle Ricky in the stream.
Oo nga, oo nga. Ang alamat ng alamat. Mo will defend against Reniel.
Wow, look at this. A monstrous piece of it. The top pair, top kicker in an uncoordinated flop.
Rainbow board.
How much safer can you
Best
feel?
flop you can hope for, yeah.
You are only getting shocked by sets of 6s and deuces. That's basically it. Mo's gonna float with that backdoor diamond draw, and he's gonna do it out of position. 1 down, 1 to go. And it happens to be an overcard to Renyo's queen, but he can't be too concerned about that king pairing up for Mo. Pretty sure another bet is in order here. Only 6 diamond outs remain for Mo. It's like 600K. That's the bet. Even in a best case scenario, if Mo is still drawing 4-1, he's not getting the right odds for a naked flush draw. If he calls and makes it, he'd need to extract another 600 at least. And since we can see there's only actually 6 outs, it's even worse. It's about 7-1 against.
There's the move.
Yeah, calling is not good enough in this spot, so Mo decides he's going to play this to a check raise, but a small one. Looks like it's just going to click it right back.
Parang mini click lang.
Right. And with the stacks this short, I mean, it looks like it's just a small check raise, but that's quite leverage on Renyo's stack. Raised to 1 million. I'm not sure that's possible. Because the bet was 600K, so should be about
Baka
1.2.
500 lang. Baka mali ang...
Renyo makes the call, or he chucked in a time bank. Where are we on this? He has not made a
It's a
call.
time bank. It's a time bank.
All right, we see that the
Ano,
bet,
600? Ano, baka 500 lang. There must be...
the bet it was a card and 2 pink chips, so that was 600. I don't know how Mo has raised this to 1 million, but it is what it looks like. Now Renyo is thinking, am I behind something funky like King 6? Did Mo defend with 6 deuce? I mean, it's not that Renyo's hand is looking weak, it's just that it's a lot of leverage against the stack that he has left. And if he makes this call, the pot will be bigger than what he has left. So, wow, that worked out.
Wow.
I mean, for the minimum amount of added aggression, Mo has taken that pot away from Renyo Galvez. That wasn't easy. Mo made it look easy, but that's not an easy thing to pull off or to even imagine that it would work.
Naisip ni Renyel, that check raise, papasok eh. The
Yeah,
sizing.
it was so small. It was a minimum check raise. That's what made it look so
Mini-click
strong.
lang eh, oo eh.
Pero
Mini-click lang.
that's the logic of the what the old schoolers call the post oak bluff. When your value bet looks so small, when your bluff is so small, it looks like it's for value. And that's kind of like what that check raise did. But
Sabi nga nila, the
impressive.
moves of Mo Saking on point. James Jimenez, shoutout kay Larry De La Cruz, saka Daddy Bear. Bulele, probably raised 1.6 million. Nice exploit. Shoutout Bong Acacio. Shoutout kay Joseph Edesa na nanonood ngayon.
Okay, that makes it clearer. It was a check raise to 1.6 million. So it was 1 million.
1
Yeah, 1 million to call.
Mali.
It wasn't 1 million total. It was 1 million to call. I misread that. So thanks for making that
Alright.
clearer. A little bit more leverage than we thought.
Yeah, thank you, Bulele. Thank you, Clarence Isip, for the correction. Our live stream viewers really
Sharp.
focused on this game. Can learn a lot from these guys. How they play, especially Mo Saking, putting up a show here.
It's a gut shot for Marlon. But instead, he pairs the 7, which might cost him a small value ownage, as we know Mo is great
Yeah.
at milking these hands for value, and he's gonna get it. How good is this guy?
Eh, yung tumama pa eh. Kumagat siya, tumama pa eh.
He's selling seawater to
Diet tuloy.
Islanders right now.
Well, Lester Eddock did it, winning RVS Cup twice. Now Mo Sacking is trying to make history also, personal milestone, by winning the Metro Summer event, the premier major tournament for the summer of Metro Card Club. Mo Sacking wants to do a repeat of the championship. Won it in 2023. Let's see if it do it again tonight. If it does it again tonight. Alvir Innocente, shout out. Kami ni Revo David nanonood habang nag-iinom dito sa labas ng Metro. Good luck, guys. Baka sa TV ba ng diyan sa mga tolda. Jojo Torrente, mga sir, good PM, pa-shoutout po sa asawa ko, Eco Torrente. Happy Mansari, baby. Oh, baby. Happy Mansari. I love you daw. Sabi ni Juju.
Mahal yan,
Yeah.
Mansari.
Oo,
Mahal
Mansari.
mag-celebrate yan.
Bimbi Rosete, railing for Jiggy, Mo Jiggy. AJ Akdal, walang yaka, wala na si Alvir eh. Kanina ba na-out si Alvir?
8th place.
Oo.
For
And
payout
Hot
of
Sauce Marquez.
95,000.
Hot Sauce Marquez, as we see this open by Mo Sacking. Hot Sauce Marquez, shout out Stephen Kyrie Marquez. Dapat mo na atang palitan
Oo,
yung
yun
pangalan
din
mo.
iniisip ko eh.
Oo, wala na eh.
Gusto mo,
Ano na ngayon?
Ano na, Jalen Halley.
Oo. Yun na ngayon. Daniel, thinking about it sa big blind. Eto, sakto, ngayon lang nanood. Kanina pa kita binabate. Marcio Astorga ng Team Tacloban. Inol-ina ni Reniel, si Mo. Maximum pressure, tapon. Marcio Astorga ng Team Tacloban, nandito yan sa Manila ngayon. Naglalaro ka ba ng mini? Pa-shoutout kanina si Ryan Tan eh. Yan. Team Tacloban.
And the mini-mates
Comes Kawako,
started
eh.
out really slow, but I think they got a few tables going now.
Kams Kawakoy, shoutout sa'yo. Jesse Yu, shoutout from Kainta. Si CJ to. Isa sa pinakamasipag natin at magaling na floor ng Metro Card Club. Steven Kyrie, pag nabuntis si Mrs. papalitan na, nako po. Dagdag gastos yan, mahirap yan. Alright, let's go back to the action. Yurid Rivera under the gun. His son Nicolas made it also to the final table, and decent deep run. Naglaro kanina ng mini main, sabi ni Marts Astorga.
Well, Mo's opening up really wide now. It's like he's got this table quite figured out. He's moving very confidently, regardless of hand, navigating every spot really well. Raised this one from the cutoff with
It's
8-6 suited.
yeah, it's grind. He's trying to grind out the short stack right now, which is who is John Castellano.
Well, it's Urid and John
Urid and
joining him
John.
in the bottom.
Yeah.
And with a hand like this, John will have to find that 3-bet button or just fold it.
Yuri down to 9.5 bigs. John, 12 bigs.
Boy, John is really, it's not quite a nosedive, but it's been a slow burn. As he's gone from second in command to hardly relevant at this table right now.
Billy Anthony Cruz, shoutout sa'yo. Larry Boy de la Cruz, shoutout Daddy Bear James Yam. Hit the hit. Shoutout sa'yo. Christopher Villanueva, boss, may tournament po ba sa June onwards? Meron. Metro Walk to a Million. Kaya dapat naka-like kayo sa Facebook page ni Metro. Kasi si Metro, isa ata. If not, sa pinakamabilis at pinaka-updated na Facebook page ng isang poker room na nakita ko. Daniel Galvez.
Yeah, folded to
Ace
the
Jack.
button. Here's a guy who is catching fire at the right time. Might want to mix it up with a shove. Yep, he's decided he does not want to get 3-bet off this hand.
Oo eh. Sinilip niya yung stack nung dadaanan niya.
Yeah, Yurid's got a
Nakita
short
niya,
stack.
kaya ko
So
to.
if Reniel just raises a regular 320 and Yurid moves over it, he might have to muck the winning hand here. So he's decided to keep it simple and gave Yurid no space to outmaneuver him.
Yurid counting how many bigs he has.
Yes, fold equity is a big deal, and Yurid does not have it because Reniel is already all in. And that 6 looks really awful when you're trying to call all in for your tourney life. He's only ahead of King X type of hands.
He's got 7.5 bigs. Trying to recall what the chart says if this is a rejam already.
He can't even rejam because he would just be calling,
Oh yeah.
and that changes a lot. Just how many hands are worse
Fold.
than ace-6 in the jamming range of Reniel on the button?
And these.
Of course, you always have to think in Yurid's spot. That question would be, why is he trying to take away my 3-bet? And that is something to consider.
Yeah. Richard Tolentino, shoutout sa'yo. Mike Buesa, shoutout sa lahat ng final table. Contender, ang galing, salang-sala. Yung mga nakapasok, lahat deserve walang tapon sa
Nice.
lineup. I agree. I agree.
Was hoping to see hit the heat, but it wasn't meant to be for this
Uh-oh.
final table.
Reniel Galvez getting the right hands at the right time.
See, it's different now. Now he's willing to get 3-bet, so he's only raising 320.
Mm-hmm. Simo.
Well, stack is big enough that he can play this several ways. But folding might not be one of those ways. With 160k to call, he's getting 4-1. Close to 4-1 on his money. Good enough to set mine or make some kind of play post flop. It's King 6-3. Most hand is mostly not in bad shape against a range of hands that Reniel could have raised with. Reniel has checked behind, skipped the street. That second king makes his queens look really good.
Checks it one.
He's trying to embolden Mo into betting, but it's not working. Mo is not biting, so now Reniel will have to try to get it the old-fashioned way. He wants to bet and get called.
C5.
Barely above the minimum, he bets 200. If Mo folds this outright, that would be a hell of a read. But as it is, he will have to make this call.
All.
Should be seeing a river. Uh-oh,
Mhm.
full house for
Uh-oh.
both players.
And that's how Renyel's gonna get value for his hand.
That's right. Mo just rented a small apartment in the heart of Value Town.
Check, seat 1.
How much? That's the question.
Seat 1, check.
What is 1.2 right now? 800?
Renil got called 200. Does not really indicate how much more Mo is willing to call. A lot of draws could have missed. But he could get hero called by ace high at this spot.
800 would be
To call,
650.
650.
That is definitely close to the price is right. Mo is beating all the unimproved aces, but the question is, would all the unimproved ace X hands bet in this sequence in that manner? And
He's putting
wouldn't
Renyel
a
at
three,
nines.
wouldn't a 3 just take that showdown,
He might
or even
try
a
it.
6?
Ah,
He
there's the
makes a
call.
call. Cannot figure it out, so he needs to pay to see, and he's going to see a big hand. Nice job by Renyel Galvez getting paid and moving on up. And
That run out
yeah,
did it for enough.
yeah, with every king that showed up, the fives just look stronger and stronger.
Please, please.
Unfortunately for Mojiggy. Unfortunately for John and Urid, all this movement at the top is now separating them. There's a much wider gap now between second to the last and the top 3 players. They're in a good spot to make a move. John's going to be in the cutoff and Urid in the button, but Renyel's going to beat them to the punch. Another premium hand here.
Raise.
Makes it 320.
320. 4, 6, 7.
John can't make a move with this, and neither can Urid.
Hold seat 1.
Mo will not defend. Marlon can defend with King Jack off. Mostly call, sometimes 3-bet. He's calling this one. Gonna take a flop. 2 overs to the 9s of Renyel Galvez. Renyel Galvez, the better in position. Marlon has missed completely. Renyel has an over pair to the board. This is different from the queens. The 9s are vulnerable to paint showing up. So Renyel makes a bet, takes us down.
And Renyel has the momentum right now in this table.
Yep, 5 million mark now for him.
Big blind.
Gonna look urgent. John's gonna hit the blinds before Urid, but both of them are feeling the heat. John will now be under the gun in this deal. It's just the kind of spot you want to get a premium hand in before you pay another round of blinds. That is not premium at all. Not a good time to be card dead.
King win board. Turn niya ako king, parang gano'n. Dapat mali ako doon.
Hold seat 7.
Dapat pining. First error.
John not playing. Urid, not a great hand to play with as well.
Yun nga tayo nakita niya.
A little over 7 big blinds for him.
Hold seat 9.
Oh, sir, that's not the hand to do it with. This time the 9s are with Mojiggy on the button.
Raise 300.
Has been the chip leader at this final table. Has never relinquished the lead. And has tangled time and again with this man who seems to have been getting the better of him, Jester.
That's right. Let's see. Another clash between these two. Reniel Galvez opting to flat. And is gonna pay Mo one more
Yeah,
street,
he's
probably.
he's hit enough of that board to cost him. Let's see if Mo wants to skip or bet a little bit here.
Seat 1 bet.
Opting for the latter, 200,000. Let all the flush draws and mid hits pay him.
Call seat
He
5.
will get paid.
5 on the turn.
Check seat 5.
Makes the board a little wetter, but it's not really an action stopper. Mo can bet again here. Because if a 6 was willing to pay him, a 6 will pay him again on this street, as with a flush draw.
Bet 500, seat 1.
So Mo is going for it, 500,000 this time. Reno gives it up.
Nice black shot.
A bit of a rebate at 640K goes the way of Mo Jiggy, who is now above the 7 million mark.
Magkano yung pinayaran niya kanina kay Reniel?
Oh, the last bet was 650 and the bet prior was 200, so that's 850 post flop
850.
plus
yeah.
the 320 pre-flop. They did skip the flop there, but
Yeah, it's over a million.
that's over a million. So, bit of a rebate.
All right. June So Rich, pa-shoutout idol sa mga poker players dito sa Nueva Vizcaya o lahat ng mga taga Nueva Vizcaya.
Call seat 9.
Hey, anyone watching from Bohol, coming down there in July to check out a newly opened location. Let me know what's up.
320.
Back to the action modes. Got a suited king folded to him in the cutoff. He raises the minimum to 320 and Marlon's in the dealer button. But his hands are in the muck and he's out of his seat. And here we go. Reniel Galvez trying to put another stamp in his frequent customer card as he goes to complete that card and maybe get a planner. He is calling Mo yet again. No, he's not calling. He's raising with a suited ace. It's so fun to watch these two. It's a different look each time. You never know what you're going to be facing.
Hold seat 1.
And this time it's a 3-bet from Reniel Galvez. Takes it down without a fight.
At alam mo, ace 5. Tangina, alam mo, baraha.
I mean, these two guys have reduced the other 3 players to spectators.
Nakikita mo.
Ante is 10.
Still 5 players left in this Metro Summer event. You're watching the final table as live as we can get. 20-minute security delay, but streaming to you from the Metro Card Club in Pasig.
Hold seat 1.
The new improved Metro Card Club. Smells like Soler in here actually.
Raise seat 3.
Marlon finds a hand. He's raised in the cutoff with Snowman. Makes it 350.
Hold seat 5. 7. Hold.
Reno says, no, I don't know if Urid can defend. It's an unsuited 9-8. Not a lot of upside for this hand. He's got 190K to call, but he's only got 1.1 behind. I think he'd rather be the aggressor than a caller with a stack this short.
Call.
He's going to take the odds.
9 call.
Almost 4-1 on him. He makes that call. Here comes the flop. This is what he bought. It's 10-10-5. Not a great flop for 9-8. And he's pretty much SPR1. The pot is 830. He's only got 870. Marlon only so much has to bet the minimum here and get Urid off the hand. He's bet 200. And Yurid just has no space to float with a stack this short. The most ambitious thing he can do is to turn this into a check raise shove. But for the most part, folding might be his best option. He's going to raise it indeed. It's not a shove, but it is a check raise. Yurid is making a move on this 10-10-5 flop. How often is Marlon going to believe that Yurid has a 10? Let's wait and see what he does.
All in.
Marlon is not buying it. And this move just has not worked for Yurid, who has to give up on it after spewing a few more chips. It's just unlikely that Yurid would play a 10 that way, and that's why Marlon played right back at him with the pocket eights. Might have worked against an ace-high hand, but against the pocket eights, that flop was looking really good.
Walang nagsasalita dito.
So Yurid,
Hirap na tayo ng table ah. Wala na mga lately ah.
with a massive hemorrhage in that previous hand, had the idea that check raising might have worked, but he just didn't have enough chips behind him to give Marlon any pause. Yurid is in the respirator right now. If I'm not mistaken, he might be in one of the blinds. Sereno with King 10 off.
I think it's in his small blind right now.
Right. He had defended 9-8 from the big blind. And
Cowboys for John.
well, John finally gets a hand. How is he going to play it? It's been a long time coming for the former second in command of this table.
Call. Sit 7. Call.
John really trying to get action, trying to induce some kind of shove from Yurid. Yurid's not buying it. Mo's going to get a free look, but Mo has an ace in his hand. He's got to think, what is John flatting the button with? Try to get a look at his stack. And might put him to the test. John's only got 1.4. Mo has been properly confused by this button limp. He's walked right into the kings of John.
Call. Sit 7. Call po. Call.
Wow.
So John Castellano
Fold.
getting the
On the big blind.
He got exactly what he wanted. He wanted to induce a
action
shove.
that he wanted.
Thought it might have come from Yurid, but it came from Mo instead, which is much better. Now all he needs to do is to dodge one of the three aces in the deck. Easier said than done. Let's see the flop.
Wala po akong all in button.
Wrong card to hit.
Oh, bit of a sweat. Now aces and eights.
Additional outs for Mo this time.
And they're all still in the deck. That 4 changes nothing. There are no diamond draws in play anymore. Just an ace or an 8. And John will not
Oh
double
my
up. Oh my goodness. What
All right.
a wicked turn of events to get kings on the button and get exactly what you wanted, except for the river. Mo Rivers trip 8s, and John is out in 5th, and Yurid has made a massive pay jump from,
That's
from
right.
that action.
From a possible 195 to 265.
Yeah,
So John Castellano getting 195,000 plus a main event fee to the $1 million guaranteed.
he gifted Yurid with an extra 70,000. Not his intention, of course.
Of course. Well, you know what they say, you play with fire, you get burned.
I don't know, in that situation, Mo was playing with fire, and he did the burning.
Well, some of our live stream viewers saying he could have just jammed, but I think he jumped
Nah, no,
Mo.
no. John got exactly what. Even if John
Yeah,
had raced like a regular
yeah, that's
amount,
right.
Mo
It's
often
still
just
gonna go
jumps
that
over him.
way.
It's going that way. So
It's
John
going that
got.
way
You can't
regardless.
blame a guy for getting exactly what he wanted. You know,
Yeah,
that's what's called a bad beat, and it's a legit bad beat story, not one of those stories where they were behind anyway.
yeah.
Back to the action.
Danielle with the snowman that just booted John Castellano out.
Gold seat 9. Gold seat 1.
Well, these eights put a hurt on Urid earlier as well in the from the hands of Marlon. Marlon's got a suited queen in the big blind. He's got the stack to call with, pretty much even with Reniel. This should be
20.
an interesting post-flop adventure. Put two clubs out there. I see no clubs, no queens, no sixes. Absolutely nothing for Marlon. And for Reniel, the ace is a good card for him to bet on.
Bet. 170.
Insta-muck from Marlon.
Gold seat 3. Kita kita.
And then there were four. And Yurid Rivera is still in there with 2.3 big blinds.
Hanging on.
Hanging on by a pinky nail.
Hoping either Reniel or Marlon get set up against
Not likely.
Mochi.
These stacks are so big, they're going to wait Yurid out for absolutely sure. ICM pressure and everything else dictates that. So Yurid
And this
needs-
is where Mo, and this is actually where Mo can make moves against the mid stacks.
well, he can probably make it for one round because that's how long Yurid has, unless he gets paid here.
He jumped now, ace 5 off.
Yeah, not a bad card. It could work out uncontested. We know Marlon's not going to call with this. Hey, he's thinking about calling if he thinks he's going to get cooperation from Reniel. But you're not allowed to ask that. You have to figure this out on your own.
Like what you said, an implied collusion to bust the short stack player out.
The only legal collusion in poker. And so that is the answer to the question you might be asking. What is he thinking of when he has 4-3 offsuit? Well, he's thinking if he flats, Reniel flats, they check down.
Gold seat 5.
Reniel has a duty call to make, and he does it with Queen 3 of diamonds. It is live, but 2-1 underdog to Yurid's Ace 5. You know, like you said, Mo wants Yurid to win this so that Mo can put pressure and do a bit of larceny against Reniel and Marlon. Because as long as Yurid is around, those two stacks are not going to want to be too aggressive. Here we go. There is the 5 for Yurid. Not that he needed it. His ace high will win unimproved, but it's a bit of insurance against the 3. So now he just needs to dodge any of the queens or the jacks.
And now the jacks come into play for Reniel. Becomes his out.
River 4 of diamonds, double up for
Yurid doubles.
And Mo Jiggy likes that. Astig Kubay, shout out to all poker aficionados, especially Kapampangans. And GG to bro Randall Chua, who got short on day 2 but had an ITM. Bawi next time. Watching from Hong Kong. Oh, si Ranchudas, I saw him. He qualified for day 2 just like I did. But like me, fell short also. It's actually
You get the
Mo
first part of
Stacking
the
who
job
busted
done.
me out. Yeah.
Oh,
It's actually Mo who busted me out. And you know what happens to players who bust me out in tournaments? They go on to become the champions of that tournament. That's how lucky my chips are.
You're lucky chips.
Yeah, the lucky chips.
Assuming he never loses those chips to another player or posts them in the blinds.
350.
Pocket eights again for Marlon Laksamana
See, pocket eight's a
on the
lot.
brink of establishing his
Exit 5. 350, sir.
slot or position in the in
Crescents.
Philippine poker.
Blinds have gone
One
up
of
to 100, 200 in the next hand. For this hand, it's still 8160. Yuri went on a really salty adventure with 9-8 offsuit. This time it's 7-8 suited, so he's going to defend.
Exit 9, called.
Once again, he's dominated. He defended 9-8 against pocket eights also. And I see a 7 on the board. That could get him in trouble. There's an ace and a 9 on the board as well. Nobody has flush draw, but this is
They're all in.
enough for Yuri to take a stand on. And he has shoved into Marlon.
might work for him. Marlon is worried about the 2 overcards he sees on the flop.
I think the amount's too small, and Marlon's just gonna call 480 in a pot of 1.3 million, where he might be beating some random straight and flush draws. But for Yuri, this is the only move he has to make. You can't hit it and then not make a move on it when your stack is this short.
He's thinking ace is no longer in play. Any ace combo of Ryu Reed might
Might have shoved pre.
have shoved pre. Yeah. So he's only worried about the 9.
It's 9 and a lot of draws.
He's beating flush draws. He's beating the 7. Ace is no longer in play.
If there's a straight
He's
draw,
worried
he's
of
blocking
that
it. The 8s
Yes.
are a major blocker to the
the
remote
call.
possibility. And Yurid is
There's
in
the
bad
call.
shape here. He's going to need to spike that one last 7.
All in on the flop. Flop ace, 7, 9.
Oh, this is not
Ace
looking
and
good
7 of spade.
for one of the princes of Philippine poker.
Which is all
Sabi nga nila, ang sikip na nito for Yurid.
Marlon
Wala nang kasing sikip.
eight.
1 outer pati.
As
And the
tight,
1-7 have been
as tight as it
Hold it.
gets,
Turn, 2 of diamonds.
only
Yuri
that
needs
1-7
to
can
save
save him.
tournament. River.
Surprise, surprise, it's not that 1-7.
Yuri leaves
End of the run for Yurid Rivera at 4th place for 265,000 in prize money.
220,000.
Dealer.
Enjoy that pay jump for sure.
And he also gets a main event seat to the $1 million Philippine Poker Millions that's going to happen in August.
All told, that's a haul of worth over 300,000.
So we're down
Down to 3 players at a
3
new level.
players.
Stacks are pretty much even. They're close enough to make this one a hell of a match as we wind down this Metro Summer event with the final 3 players.
I hear a possible ICM.
Yeah, it would be prudent. The stacks are pretty even. You might want to secure some piece of the pie. But I know you, Jester. If you feel like you have any advantage, and if you had all of Mo's talent and experience, you would have the advantage. You might want to have this chat heavily favor you, regardless
Yeah.
of the chip count.
Mo is ahead right now in chip count, so definitely an ICM is gonna favor him. But this might take some time, so Coach Ron, we will take that opportunity to have a break here from the panel.
Good call.
We will So we'll be right back when a deal is agreed on or not. Let's have a break.
Ay, madam.
One, two, three. Let's see. Let me sound check. One, two, three. No audio. Uh, ayan, meron na. Ako, man. Can hear myself.
Well, I can hear myself.
I can hear myself.
I can
also.
hear you.
All right. So all's good. Let's go back just in case. Just in case you didn't hear it earlier, let me just
Repeat the whole deal.
repeat the whole. An ICM deal was reached as we witnessed this hand being played by the three. Mo Saking is now assured to get 758,809. He gets the biggest share. So Marlon Laksamana is second. He will get 640,085. And Reniel Galvez will get 632,766. 10% of the remaining prize pool was set aside to be won by the eventual champion, and that is amounting to 225,746. And since an ICM deal was met, the tournament clock now is reduced from 40 minutes to 20 minutes per level.
There we go. So still a cool million or close to it, wherever comes out on top of this final three.
May pahirit ka pa, Juan Paulo de la Peña. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. GG and congrats. Paring Alvir Inocentes. Mahilig kasi si Alvir sa yan eh. Binabalik lang ni Pipaw. The day you plant the seed.
Oh,
Ba't mo pa tinanim yung seed? Pwede mo naman kainin na lang yung seed.
it depends
butong
what seed you're talking
Butong
about.
kalabasa.
Might be a seed
Diba?
that takes 9 months.
Oo. Di ba? Mo Saking with ace 10. Yung mga nagtatanong po kung may deal na, yes, na-reach na yung ICM deal. Nasabi ko na rin kung magkano, abangan nyo mamaya, baka ulitin ko.
A lot of random numbers. It's not a bunch of squared amounts.
So far, biggest payday of Marlon Laksamana in his young poker career.
Good highlight day for him.
That's a milestone check for him. Meanwhile, Mo Saking targeting his milestone of his own. Getting a repeat.
To repeat the
Trophy.
feat at this summer event.
Di ko alam kung tumimbang na ako ng deep dito sa Metro Summer. Di pa rin ata. This used to be for the batchmates of Ricky Singapan, Uncle Ricky.
The dirty
This
ice
used to
cream.
be the dirty ice cream tournament of Metro
Yes,
of old.
sir.
Yeah, it was conceived or launched way back right after the dinosaurs got extinct and
Someone might get extinct in this hand as Mo is raised to 400,000 and Marlon's sitting on a 3-betting hand. The stacks are quite big enough to probably not get all in pre-flop, but definitely there could be some action here.
I see John Costiniano watching us already. That's the move. I like that move by Marlon.
Marlon
I like
just
that move.
went the whole way, not willing to be outplayed in a 3-bet, 4-bet war against.
I like that move. Just keep it simple. Take it down. If you have it, you have it. So I was about to say, I see John Castillano watching us already. Good game to you, bro. GG.
Mo has reached that 9 million mark.
Danilo Munoz is asking, it's a big tournament. Why ICM? Well, it's really up to the players involved how they want to.
Well, because it's a big tournament, I mean,
Yes,
you're less
exactly
likely
it.
to see ICM in a small daily because it's just not life-changing differences that you're getting from protecting those winnings.
That's right. And those who are asking what's going to happen next weekend, as Mo looks at Pocket Rockets against Raniel, who just limped in.
Now, how to get more money into this pot after looking at that limp?
Umapon ata si Raniel.
Yeah.
Ronnie Real. Okay, let me just give this to you. Next week, weekend special is 400,000 guaranteed. Buy-in is 1,650. As for your question, Ronnie Real,
Timing na wala ka.
the big tournament this June for Metro Card Club is Metro Walk to a Million. It's a 2 million guaranteed tournament. Sorry, it's a 5 million guaranteed tournament. Buy-in is 5,500. That's gonna happen in on July 2 to 7. So 1 month to grind for seats. July, almost end of June. July 2 to 7 ang Metro Walk to a Million. Pero mo dati no, 1 million, big deal na. Magkano yung buy-in nyo dati sa 1 million?
Used to be 5,000 for a 1 million prize pool. A lot has changed, not just the guarantees, but also the buy-in thresholds are much higher now. Bit of action here on this dry board. And Mo is floating with an inferior king high. And the biggest card pairs the board. Might slow both of them down. It does. It's going to go check, check. Marlon's still ahead, though. Well, from ahead to farther ahead as he hits the 10 on the river. Can't see Mo calling with just king high. Can't even beat ace high. It's not even the best miss. Might be duped into raising. Oh, he is going to look him up. And maybe just paying for the information. What do you think, Jester?
Well, the king eye has always value on the short-handed blind versus blind scenario. So a lot of miss for the range of Marlon. So minsan may ganun silang tira eh. King high is good to call down just to keep your opponent honest. Bira kasing makalamesa ni Mo itong si Marlon. Marlon is a daily grinder of Metro Card Club. He is currently leading the 2025 tournament leaderboard of Metro. Testament to how
That's quite a sophomore performance.
hardworking this guy is in terms of playing. And you know what they say in tournament poker. Your volume of hands definitely will bring your game to a higher level. And it's showing right now. So congratulations sa mga bumili ng aksyon kay Marlon Laksamana. Big payday for you guys. Demzy, yes, may ICM na, three-way ICM. Pinakamalaking nakuha si Mo, around 760,000. Si Marlon, around 640. At si Reniel, around 633. Yan yung mga
Ano na yan? After tips. Tinanggal na yung mga butal.
Either ni round off ko na round to the higher or round to the nearest. Ganyan. Usually nga ang nauuso ngayon, even that 10%, dapat inano pa yan yung dinivide pa rin into 3. Like third gets this percentage, second gets this percentage.
That's one way to do it.
Malaki pa yan 222.
Just so you don't feel like you're stuck with a number that you already negotiated.
Yeah. Well, after day 2, I was already visualizing myself in this table. Pero hindi natin nangyari. Marlon Laksamana, King Tensured. Sabi ni Danilo Munoz, hindi na raw siya excited. Both of them are champions. Tatlo pa sila Tsaka may pinaglalabanan pa silang 222,000. Pag hindi ka ba naman na-excite doon, pag naglalaro ka, ewan ko na lang.
Blinds are going to go up quite steadily now. It's 120,000, 240,000, 30,000 regular antes. You can see 360K in the pot before a hand is dealt. 3 players left. Good hand if you're playing Lucky 9. So not good for Hold'em, and it's a walk. Mo is still sitting on 8.4 million. Reniel Galvez, the low man at the totem pole. Marlon slowly moving on up.
Ivan De La Cruz, marami na namang pang-dice si Laksamani. Naku po.
Oh, no.
7 out, 7 out.
$120,240. Pretty strong starting hand from the button.
480 raise.
Raised to 480 and cannot defend with this.
Gold C3. Please. 30.
See that the average stack is 6.3 million. That's exactly what Marlon's got. So we've got ourselves a perfect distribution of chips with a chip leader, someone with average stack, and bring up the rear Reniel Galvez with 4 million. Mo Jiggy's got the button.
Gold
Gonna let the blinds tangle.
call C3.
Marlon completes the small blind, keeping it small.
Call. Calling.
And Reniel. Gotta take your option with 8-3 offsuit.
Verso action, please.
Well, nobody's got a
On
heart.
its own, nobody has the heart.
Well, we've seen this early in the final table. These blind versus blind scenarios where if Marlon checks twice, Reniel might take this down.
Check.
Marlon's been playing these encounters very straightforward and it's opened the door for Reniel. Taken advantage before. Let's see if he does so now. It's a good texture to bet on, but Reniel doesn't want any piece of it.
Verso action, check.
Cannot win a showdown with 8 high, so this is complete surrender for Reniel Galvez. At least he doesn't have to show.
Lines and ante.
Hindi. Lamig pa rin.
Reniel gonna have to pick a better spot to make up for that next time.
There's the-
122.40.
I see the Champions Trophy already displayed despite
Verso action.
being three-handed. Usually, heads up nila dinidisplay yan eh.
Just wondering, somebody put a black bag of popcorn on the table. Looks like a MTV award.
Gold C5.
Now there must be something on the other side signifying the summer theme.
I have always now. I'm right now. I'm my personal mission is to come up with a design that I can recommend to Metro to replace their trophy design, like, and then have a name for it, like
Yeah,
PokerStars have the Spady.
if it's a summer event, then you might have like a little Metro logo with a ray of sunshine on it.
But I think they want it to be standard for all events. So like maybe I don't know.
It'd be nice to win different events and have different looking trophies. They're all gonna have the Metro logo on it anyway, so they're all legit. Just so you know, to show your range.
Well, Metro Davao has fixed their trophies. They have the eagle for the Araw ng Davao. That big eagle, and then for Kadayawan they have the half sliced durian fruit.
Yeah, see, so at least you know what season you're good at.
Yeah.
If people like to collect trophies, they might as well look different, just so they're collectible. I mean, they come once in a lifetime for most people.
Check C1.
So maybe for summer,
Yeah, you'd like to have a trophy
They
that
can
nobody
come up
else
with a-
has. Otherwise, you'll have one Metro trophy compared to Mike Takayama's 3 dozen that all look like yours.
Lines, please.
Or maybe
so
they.
for summer event, what do you think would be a good design, like the
Oh,
sun?
yeah, they just the most easiest thing comes to mind is like the sun with a Metro logo inside of it.
Or
It's still gonna make for a nice golden color.
a half-naked guy with beer belly.
Stop before this gets worse. Next thing you know, it's a naked guy with a dozen donuts and two hands up in the air.
And, three-handed action.
We might suggest things like the second place guy can get half a trophy. That would be his participation trophy.
And then their Christmas special can be Santa Claus.
Just have a Santa hat, big Santa hat with a Metro logo on it.
And then RBS Cup.
That could be the bust of our RVS. That would be cool to have.
Yeah.
Years from now, people will be asking about who the great man is behind the bust.
And then Philippine Poker Tour can be the flag.
Could be, or it could be a trophy carving of the 4 greatest players in Philippine history, like a Rushmore.
Pwede, no?
Would have
But that's
your
gonna be
face.
difficult.
Would have yours. It would be debate as to whose face would be on it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a long discussion.
I think the first 3 are a given, but the 4th one is up for grabs. Fourth one would be you.
What?
The fourth
Fourth
face on the Rushmore of Philippine
fourth-
poker would be Jester
Fourth
Incha.
face, the fourth face should be blank. Because whoever the champion is, that's where his face is gonna go.
Ah, interesting.
Marlon Santos, nako si Karimlan may hirit. Kung sa Metro Summer, kalahating mangga. Labo naman eh.
Bakit
Suggestion
kalahati?
mo kami, kalahating mangga. Hindi mo na lang gawin kung palayuan sa concept pag Metro Summer sa Lagubang. Kasi tuwing summer lang sila lumalabas. Raniel versus Mo. A cyborg. Both players contented into just checking it down.
It is
King Eye of Mo.
It is the highest miss. Mo sitting on close to 8. He got all the way up to 9. Marlon has caught up with him. Reniel's still sitting around 4 million. Trying to stay in threatening position.
Philip Reyes, Master P. Si Philip Reyes, isa sa mga magagaling natin pokerista, pero he's already based in the States. So that's where he's grinding now. Good morning, umaga pa lang pala doon. Nasa nga ba to? Sa LA ba to?
The Pacific or Eastern?
Marnie, shoutout kay Parak. Hijo de Potpot.
Oo, Dorires. Hindi, marami naglaro nun, yung sa taas pa.
Without the firework type of hands, it will be all about staying ahead of these blinds, which will be
Yeah.
twice as fast in rising. Currently, we're 120k, 240k.
Eventually, this is just gonna be a shove fest. And they're just waiting for.
You want to chip up so that you're not in the shove fest. But for Reniel, he's the one most likely to have hands that play themselves if he doesn't chip up. Mo has hit the 8. He's going to take this to showdown. Marlon
Bien
is-
Ram, shoutout kay Lawrence Palasi.
Say
Sabi
Marlon.
ni The Relax Project, pag wala ka raw shades, yun ang unang ma-out. Eh lahat tong tatlo naka-shades.
So there's got to be a tiebreaker. Paano kung wala kang tattoo? Eh kung wala kang manggas.
Have you ever worn shades?
I used to wear shades until I figured out that all my cards look suited when I wear shades, so I stopped wearing shades. And the old Metro was not very well lit. Uh,
Yeah.
there was a time I played King Jack like it was Pocket Jacks.
I only wear shades for photo op, just to look good in the pictures. But really, really uncomfortable playing. I mean,
Yeah,
wearing shades.
yeah. For me, like some people just get used to it and they can see right through it, but
They're all in.
some of us is just one other thing that reduces our ability.
Share kaya ata sa akin.
Hindi, alam mo. Hindi ko sasabihin sa'yo. Sinabi sa akin nila lahat.
RE65 fold,
Lahat ng
C1.
So Reniel makes a move there. Seeing an ace gets a 600k gain. So staying above that 4 million mark.
hindi, alam mo.
Got 7 minutes before the blinds go up to 15300. They're so big they don't fit on the tourney clock graphic anymore.
All right, and a shout out ko lang, coach. Lagi kong sinashoutout to eh. Ah, the man, the music,
The music.
the legend,
The
the
mystery.
legendary staker of Philippine poker. Congratulations on your deep run, Mr. Andrew De Ocampo. He made it until day 3 kanina. Unfortunately, short stack na siya, but he made a very good play with his ace jack in the featured table last night. Galing. Was able to survive and make it to day 3.
Queen Jack 5. Mo has surged ahead. Both players had the ace coming in. It was blind versus blind, but it was not a raised pot. It was just completed.
Check.
And Mo checked his option. Now he's going to try to get the showdown here. And with that, Mo gets the check mark.
Check C4.
And he hasn't tried to extract value. Could be because they're going on break and nobody wants to face a disaster before the break. I think they decided to play right through the break. There was a scheduled break, but
Blinded Andre.
240. 122.40 na kayo, di ba?
yeah, I think they should be going on break. The clock timer has rolled the blinds back to 100, 200. It should be 150,
Okay, so
300.
yeah, there's a break.
Go break time.
Yes, there's a schedule. So we're going on a scheduled break, ladies and gentlemen. 3 players still in contention for the championship. This is just a 10-minute break, and we're also gonna take a break here sa panel. We'll be right back.
Ewan ko sa kanila kung ano nangyari sa kanila. Sumipol, pero 7 minutes pa yung kanina. Kasi nga, nag-break time na nga. Balik yata, nagkamali. Hindi, break time na. Oo. Ayan. Malay ko sa kanila, basta ako tulitin lang sila. Bye-bye.
Anong gaganap? Pitching? Ilan ba sila? Tatlo? Akala ko ano na? Hello?
150,000, 300,000. The blinds upon resumption of hostilities. 3 players out of 759. 3 players left.
And our operators need to
They need to turn the AC down. That's what they need to do.
this is
Here.
welcome to the new booth.
My first time here in this booth at the beautiful newly renovated MetroCard Club, and I was not ready for this.
6 million, magano?
Grezel Sabatini is raiding for Mojigi.
4, magano to? 3, 4 points.
Our ever hardworking
Okay na? Balance.
and beautiful tournament director, Miss Mean, double checking the chip count.
Yeah, also we get to reconfigure the chip counts
20, 6.6,
back here at the graphics center.
6.610.
Sometimes they get a little bit off sync.
3,
Yeah, especially if
4
chip count or amount bet sizes are not pronounced clearly. And that's the communication between the dealer and our operators.
Okay na? Okay. Blind speed.
All right.
Anti first. 40,000.
We have Korean leaders.
150 and okay na, go.
Okay, before we resume, I've got a question for you and the comment section. Here's the situation in a BB ante format where it's ante first. If a player only has 1 chip and he is under the gun, does he get to win a 4-chip BB ante in the middle if he goes all in and wins the hand?
He wins the ante and he gets paid
1 chip
for
from the caller.
the chip, the amount that he. If it is ante first, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, ran
But
into that
now,
situation recently.
Metro have shifted to big blind, big blind first.
Yeah, I see
That-
that. I see that here. So that
Yeah.
takes away that because it was kind of a weird situation when it did happen. As you can more than quadruple up if the BB ante is
Right,
huge
yeah.
and you're down to 1 chip in a chair.
Yeah,
All right. Well, right off the bat, Raniel is all in with ace high. Marlon unfortunately has a hand and covers him. So down to a 3 outer unless the board coordinates in favor of Raniel Galvez. There's one of them. It's improved him to 5 outs.
well, the scenario happened with the kings of John and the ace 8 of Mojigi.
Yeah, 8s have been a winner tonight. Whether they're wired 8s or single 8s, they have busted players left and right. And right out of the gate after the break, we lose Raniel Galvez in 3rd place. And so now it's a potential Hall of Famer against what you call a sophomore at the table,
Right.
who's already at his high water mark, a career highlight already for Marlon Laksamana. He's got everything to gain here, nothing more to lose.
Yes, this is an achievement in itself, running this deep for this young player. And how else you want to try and win your first major? By going up against the player chasing history also.
Yeah, take
Looking
down
for
a big
a
one. by beating a big one.
That's right.
We are now heads up, and Marlon on the button with a small blind, 150k. We are 150, 340k ante individually.
Range 753.
Kicking things off with a statement. I am going to raise buttons. And for more than the minimum at that. Marlon, the beneficiary of that bust out, now out chips Mo Jiggy for the first time in this entire tournament. Mo Jiggy defends something special in the works. He's got 2 clubs, needs 1 more. Marlon, for him, it's just a good texture to bet on. Other than that, not much upside for his hand. He's going to bet on this with an ace and king showing. Bets 550, most certainly going to call. Check folding is pretty bad habit, especially when you have a flush draw. And he just made it. And we'll see if Mo's going to try to bait Marlon into firing that second barrel. Marlon got called on the flop, so looks like he's checking and surrendering. He cannot win with jack high. In a spot like this, Jester, I'm hoping my opponent bets so that I don't have to get the showdown and I can keep my dignity by folding.
Let's see if Mo
Well, last chance for value for Mo.
Value.
If he checks here and it checks back, it's a tiny little disaster.
Well, I think he has already a pretty good idea that Marlon's gonna check back should he check. So I think it's gonna bet something here.
For sure, he stopped betting, but maybe can get paid off by some smaller pair if the price is right. Oh, he went for
Hindi pa sumasayad
the
yung
size
chips.
of the pot is the bet.
Ayan mo. 2.2.
He'd bet 2.7. I don't know why the dealer bothered counting it out. Just to
For
make sure
for our operators.
what's an uncalled bet, so they could have put any number.
2.850.
You know what? That trophy is facing the wrong way because most of the time we are looking at the flop cam, and I'd love to see the logo.
Yeah, it should be
It's turning
resting face up to the flop cam.
Yes, can kind of see a little bit of it now. Mo on the button with 9-3. Let's see if he makes a statement. And the statement is, I will do the opposite and flat call my buttons. So free look, small pot, ace 5, deuce, 2 pair, bottom 2 for Marlon, nothing for Mo.
That shot.
Next to nothing.
He spikes the 4 on the turn. We'll see fireworks.
Well, let's see how fast Marlon will play the bottom 2, though. Sometimes you want to play it really fast because it gets so much weaker as the cards continue to come. So he's gonna play it fast. And
He's
push
gonna
the-
raise.
Yeah, gonna push it while he has it. 800k to call a gut shot. Not a good proposition, especially with 2 clubs showing and an ace. And also, if he hits the gut shot, it's going to be a 1-card straight, and it's hard to get paid for that.
Right.
So Mo gonna wait for another spot. They're still pretty much even. I keep saying when your head's up, a 2-to-1 chip advantage isn't anything. It's 1 or 2 pots away. from changing favors. So you really can't put an opponent away or even start to think about putting him away until you got that 4-1 advantage. So with 10
Ivan de la
million,
Cruz, shoutout kay AA Tan. Miss na daw niya ang tropang dotahan.
tropang emelan na ang uso ngayon. Marlon continuing with his version of how to play the button, raising it to 700,000. A stark contrast to how Mo has chosen to play his button. Mo defends with a queen high hand. Middle pair for the raiser. Cards on the board are going Marlon's way at the right time. Looks like a minimum bet. Oh, it was 400,000. And one and done. A little under 19 million chips in play. Wow. Most got a
Mo with
button.
ace. And
Let's see if he continues to limp just for balance, because he did limp the weak hand. And he's going to raise this one. Raise the minimum, and Marlon must defend.
dominated hand for Marlon.
Three, 6, 9.
Possible backdoor. Diamond draw.
Backdoor 1 card straight draw. But none of that is in the books anymore. Mo stands to be ahead a lot with ace high in these kinds of situations. The deuce at the end cements it. Let's see if Mo will go for a super thin value bet. Willing to take the showdown. He's going to take the spot. Close the gap a bit.
And if it just happened to chance upon this live stream, we are heads up for the main event, Metro Summer 2025, 6 million guaranteed. Hey, I see a familiar name.
Shout out Vegas in the house.
What's up, bro?
What's up, Vegas?
For me, one of the ultimate grinders I know. Vegas.
One of the nicest people you can meet.
Let's go, Vimar. His favorite spot.
So Marlon keeping it similar. Mo might try to mix it up. Marlon's been raising 700K on every button. Mo's got an ace showing. Might want to mix it up here. Instead goes for the flat. This time Mo is ahead, but the flop will keep him ahead.
Expect this. to
suddenly go nowhere as Marlon does
I
not take
check
the
flop.
cue to c-bet, even though the board favors his range. He has somehow escaped the little trap. And now with just a gut shot as outs, he might get out of this without further damage.
It's gonna be a war of attrition.
Interesting
Marlon
instincts.
showing that he's prepared to play the long game, the long waiting game. Doesn't engage Mo that much.
Yeah, definitely. I like how he just jammed on the brakes. Did start the heads up with the advantage by virtue of being the one to bust out Reniel Galvez at third, thereby taking the chip lead for the first time in the tournament. We're trying to get some update on the chip counts. Tech team catching up to reality. See how Mo plays this button. He is limp the weak hands and raised the strong ones, so this time he's raising even the weak ones. Made it 600k. Marlon will defend. And both hole cards are live. Mo surges ahead, hitting that 4. Marlon's 10-9 offsuit is only 10 high at this point. Marlon checks, Mo skips the street, and now it's a gut shot for Marlon. If I read that card correctly. Oh no, it's an open-ender. Even better, he's got open-ender and overcard outs. 13 outs for Marlon. And that free card really helped him. Now he only has to pay 400,000 to try to hit one of 13 outs, all of them still in the deck. He hits it. Now unless Mo makes a gigantic bet, Marlon is gonna get the showdown and take 2 million away from Mo. Let's see how Mo navigates this. If he bets too small, he might get a crying call. He opts to take the showdown, and he is going to lose that showdown to Marlon, who gains 1 million. Now, what about that? Great turn, great river. This is heads up between Mo Jiggy, Mo Saking, and Marlon Laksamana, the last two players sitting out of the 759 that joined the Metro Summer event. The winner will be a millionaire, as well as a champion. Back to the action dealer button. Marlon's got an ace, got acey deucey offsuit, changes it up this time. Just completes and calls the 150. Mo checks his option with his 6-5 offsuit. Flop comes 7 ace jack. 2 spades showing. Marlon's hit the ace. And nothing but runner outs for Mo, so he gives up. It's an unraised spot, and then he lets Marlon take it down. Mo hanging around, still that 11 to roughly 8 million. Not a big enough gap for a significant advantage, especially because the blinds are 150, 300. 1 million can easily change hands in a raised pot. Players have agreed to play quicker blind levels. So our blind levels are now 20 minutes each and no longer 40. And in 2 minutes, they are going to be up to 200,000, 400,000 blinds. There are 18 million chips in play. Marlon's got the suited ace in the big blind, facing a completion by Mo. He checks his option, keeping the pot small. And both of them hit the 3. Let's see how they navigate here. It's a check and a call. And now top and bottom pair for Marlon. And for Mo Jiggy, just the bottom pair with a awful kicker. He's bet the minimum to stay in control of the hand. Let's see how he chooses to play with the ace showing on the turn. This is an unraised pot. And so Mo skips the street. He improves to 2 pair, but it's an inferior 2 pair. Marlon has aces up and he's betting it. Mo barely plays the board with this bottom pair. But he will make the call. He's going to look up Marlon and pay him off. Everything has gone Marlon's way so far. Mo has been stymied. Not as aggressive as he was playing at the beginning of the final table. But then again, it's also the first time that Mo hasn't been the chip leader. Marlon now surging to that 2-1 advantage. Got to keep going. Keep putting the pressure on one of the best players on our planet, Mo Jiggy. Will be the last hand at 150,000, 300,000. Blinds will raise in the next hand. Marlon raises to 600K with 4-5 off on the button. Mo sitting on ace queen offsuit. Haven't seen a lot of 3 betting from the blinds. This might be the first. But we'll see how Mo chooses to play this out. Yep, there's the 3 bet. Looks like 2.5 million. Quick fold, 2 million. Quick fold by Marlon. And something Mo might want to do more often. As we know, he doesn't always need ace queen to pull that move. 12 million to 7 million. Mo getting some ground back. Blinds have gone up to 200, 400, so they will be changing out those 10K chips. The antes are now 50,000 per player, so there's no need to keep those gray 10K chips on the table. They'll be coloring them up, leaving us with the 500K plaques and the pink 50K chips. Blinds 200, 400, 700K in the pot. Mo to act on the button. 7-3 suited. It's ugly but pretty at the same time. Looks like Mo is completed. And Marlon has checked his option. 9-10 offsuit is his hand. The flop has, wow. Just wow. Marlon has flopped a straight. Unfortunately, Mo doesn't have much of anything. He might get one C-bet out of Mo, and there it is, 500,000. Marlon playing this one really fast. He's not interested in going for that second barrel trap. He tried the check raise and get re-raised, hopefully, but we saw Mo had nothing to play with there, so Marlon played that flop straight as fast as you like and got 500,000 for it. Those in the chat wondering if there was a deal. Yes, they had ICM deal when they were three-handed. Chip counts were pretty even, but Mo came out ahead by about 100K in the split. And they did set aside about $250,000 for the eventual champion to be determined. Part of the deal, they sped up the blinds, so they are playing 20-minute levels until the conclusion of this Metro Summer event. Back to the board, both players have hit it. They both have queen kickers. Mo's got the better piece, and what a good piece it is. Top pair flush draw. Checks it to Marlon, who bets 400K. Mo has options. Call or check raise. He's gone for the check raise. 1.1 million total. Oh, look here. Marlon just reached in for a call quite quick, and he is going to burn for this call as he has gotten top and bottom pair on the turn. But it's a better two pair, top two for Mo with a flush draw. Mo is coming off a check raise, and he checks this turn. We might see a player get check raised twice in one hand because Marlon certainly has to bet this turn, and Mo's got to check raise it yet again. Will he go for the achievement? I've only ever check raised a player thrice in the same hand once in my life. Mo now has the opportunity to check raise Marlon twice in the same hand. It's 1.5 million. I think it's ripe to just shove the whole thing. Mo does it. Marlon calls. Bad news as Marlon only has 2 outs. Only a 3 can help him now. Mo doesn't even need the flush. He is so far ahead. He's got Marlon almost completely crushed. This is as bad as aces versus kings.
Top 2 pairs. Marlon with queen 3. Marlon needs to hit the
Unless a
three.
miracle happens, a minor miracle happens for Marlon, it will be a change of favor as Mo will come up
King of clubs.
with a 12 million chip pot, and the shoe is on the other foot. Mo now has 12 million. Marlon's got about 7 million. And now Mo has the advantage. What a nasty, nasty turn card for Marlon. And some may think he called a little bit too quick after that check raise on the flop. If you put Mo on a draw, he might have thought about playing it differently. It was a quick call on the check raise, and the turn just set him up for that huge pot. What a nasty queen that was. So Mo Jiggy now takes the lead in this heads up, and once again back in front of Marlon, who for a brief moment was the chip leader and now must fight to get that lead back. Advantage is not that significant, about 12 million to 7 million. One race pot away from being even. Mo on the button with ace deuce offsuit. He's got momentum. And he's regained the chip advantage. Blinds are 200, 400. Mo's raised it to 1 million. Marlon has 600K to call. Will defend with king 4. Actually, he's turned defense into offense and he's 3-betted all in. Good timing there. Just a bit of a combo break, just to break the momentum of Mo and get a little something back. Oh, that always hurts when it happens. But what could he do? This time Marlon's on the button, queen deuce suited. Significant change in the body language. Now Marlon is hopping up and down on his seat, and Mo is looking more alert now that he has a chip lead back. Queen deuce against 10 deuce. Nobody's got anything on this flop. Ace 6-3 rainbow goes check check to the turn. Now 2 spades on the board when the jack shows up. Marlon's got the flush draw, and Mo has 10 high. He takes this pot down to trim the lead. Mo 11 million, Marlon 8.3. Heads up to settle the Metro Summer Event. Trophy on the table, championship on the line. And a $250,000 bonus to the winner. We'll bring home, even after the ICM deal, roughly $1 million. Mo on the button with more garbage, but that's never stopped him from raising. 9 deuce offsuit. What's the play? He completes the blind. Marlon has 5 deuce. Checks his option and flops a wheel straight. How easy is that? It's easy to play poker when you can flop straights. Marlon's done it twice in the last 30 minutes. He checks it, and now Mo has hit the 9. Maybe can get a call. Marlon now betting 600K with his flopped straight, and Mo, who has hit the 9 on the turn, is going to call for 600. We're going to see a river. It's a 4. It pairs the board. Marlon's still looking good with that flopped straight. Mo might pay him off because he's got the 9 and 4s with an ace kicker. That's not a bad hand. It's an unraised pot. But what would Marlon bet twice in this scenario? If he was betting a 9, Mo's kicker no longer comes into play. He can call to chop if Marlon has a 9, but he doesn't. He's got a straight, and 2.7 million goes the way of Marlon. Suddenly back in the lead, just like that. $11 million to $8 million with the blinds at 200. 400 halfway through this level. Lovely back and forth battle we are witnessing here. Almost an instant comeback from Marlon with those consecutive pots. Helps when you flop a straight. And now he gives up a button. Gives Mo a walk. Still anybody's race here. As my partner Jester put it, Marlon has really come in for the long game.
Magkano yung, how much was the double up by Marlon to Mo? How much was that?
Oh, that switched to favor. Mo is down to about 6 and change million. So it put him to a little over 12. And then in the consecutive pots, Marlon's managed to reflip it, and now they're playing 11 versus 8 million. Marlon back in front.
Our live stream viewers is showing the Filipino penchant for the underdog.
That is our thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we put it like, it sounds heroic when you say we root for the underdog, but actually that's all part of the talangka mentality. We don't want anybody rising too far to the top, and that's why we root for the underdog. What a culture we've got. Very colorful indeed. Look at this. Talk about hands that are
Open-ended straight draw yung barahan nila.
hands that are doomed to run into each other hard because when somebody hits, somebody else hits a draw. And Mo, look, if Marlon's good at flopping
Flop the
straights, he's done
monster.
this twice. Mo has flopped a full house, one in which Marlon has an open ender, and he might even perceive two overcards as outs.
Worst thing that can happen is an ace or a nine showing up on the turn or the river. I think that flat off bow will raise the
Yeah, what flats a Jack 10 Jack flop?
flush draw, straight draw.
Marlon is hoping it's flush
Or
draws.
in
That
the
8 was
back.
almost a disaster. One little, one little spade away
Mhm.
from being a 9.
I don't think Marlon will call with king high.
Not after the call,
Swerte
but
na hindi
you know
binigay
what?
yung draw.
Mo can polarize here because the flush draws have missed. And
Yes.
Marlon is feeling like a hero. He might call this, but this might be
I
too
don't think-
much. Right now, all Mo can hope for is that Marlon somehow has a jack
I don't think Marlon will call with king high.
or something like 7
Unless-
9. Unless he loses his mind.
Unless he remember, yeah, I don't think he's gonna call.
Well, I know he flopped a full house, but I can't help but feel a little disappointed if I was Mo.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's enough to get the lead back. So it's been back and forth for these guys after that huge setup.
Which was almost repeated, huh? Had Marlon hit his straight
Hit-
draw.
Hit that straight. He would be in the respirator. Mo's got a decent one gap suited hand on the button.
Buti hindi in-overplay ni Marlon yung draw niya. It helped ata that he was in possession. But had it been, it would have been different kung OOP yung ano.
And also helped he didn't have a heart in hand. Marlon takes the lead here, hitting the queen, and since they both have an 8, Mo now becomes dominated. Mo will be hunting for some kind of running clubs or running straight. He gets both with that turn card. He's got himself a gut shot and a flush draw. Marlon's still sitting on that middle pair. And a blank on the river. Mo is not going to bet to win this. He knows he's going to get snap called.
Yeah. Dikit na dikit doesn't get any closer than this.
This is
Almost even.
one big blind separates the two players. And in 3 minutes, that is going to matter a little bit more. You called it. It's a battle of attrition. If you rush it, you may lose it.
That's right.
Marlon gives Mo a walk, and what awesome timing to give him a walk. And now they're even, truly even. I'd say 50,000 apart maybe. You said it couldn't get closer than that? Well, it did get closer than that.
Even Steven.
Just to make you wrong. Well, back to square one here. They might as well have starting stacks. Mo on the button, queen 7 of diamonds. Marlon gets a free look with a 9-3. King 10-10, two spades. King 10, sorry. Two spades on the board. Nothing for anybody here. They go check, check, and 8 comes, and doesn't really improve anybody. Let's see if Mo wants to win a showdown with Queen High. Well, he can win a showdown with a paired queen.
Mo should realize, if he's taking notes of so far how Marlon have played against him, that Marlon's practically playing him straightforward.
Yeah, very straightforward. In
Which,
fact, we've noticed it because we could see it from even from the way he was playing Reino earlier, that when he checks
yes.
twice, you can really take it away from him.
And this is very uncharacteristic of his gameplay, his normal gameplay. So,
Well, you know,
Mo should,
running this deep for the first time in your career will do that. You
yeah,
tend to
that's right.
cherish this moment and
That's
just
right.
try to be a bit more careful. Your normal gameplay was good, but now you've got to be better.
Yeah. Blaine Sabarte, shoutout Chuck Canotal ng Sampaloc.
That's a solid shout out. Habard Tagul ng Sampaloc.
Yard
He's
na goal ng
beyond being the man. He's the beast of Sampaloc.
Ashley De Guzman, ICM to. Last 3 players nag-ICM. Pero yung natitirang pinaglalabanan around 200,000, I don't think there was any deal made.
No, they will keep playing for that. Could be trouble. Both players have hit. Top pair versus bottom pair. Most played it slowly, so has Marlon. They have skipped the flop, and now they start spending on this turn. 1 million is the bet. Mo calls with the next to a bottom pair. And now 3 spades on the board by the end. This could go check, check, unless Marlon wants to get some thin value. He got called on the turn. If he thinks he's getting called by a 10 or less, he's going for more value here, 1.6. This will be a huge mistake from Mo if he cannot get away from this hand. There's not a lot of bluffs in Marlon's range from what we've seen him play so far.
And that's exactly what he needs to recognize.
And Marlon retakes the lead. Not by much. But the blinds are up to 50,000, 500,000. Ante is still 50.
Sa Alba Montales, shoutout kay Luis ng Namayan at Christopher Passion to, yung mga big boss to. Pa-shoutout po LMD pati Chiro De Leon watching here sa Malate. Ano yung sino yung LMD? LMD.
Ano yata yan? Legends of Mobile Dota.
Pwede.
I'm just guessing.
Pwede.
I have no idea. Mo's got Jack 7 off. Flats the dealer button. Marlon has 5-7 off. Dominated. And they both hit the 7. Mo's been extracting value very aggressively in the early stages of the final table. He's been a bit less aggressive. Oh, Marlon is shaping up here with an open ender to go with his dominated pair. He has paid Mo on the flop. Mo's gonna skip this street, and it almost hurts him. Now one card straight on the board, but Marlon's not bluffing it. Mo will take the showdown and the pot and bring them closer once again.
Parang hindi na maka-extract ng gusto ng value si Mo kay Marlon, no?
Yeah, his gameplay has adjusted a little bit in that respect.
Yeah.
He's not making those thin value river bets anymore. He's been content to just check and take showdowns. I'm not sure what he's being wary of because there aren't a lot of check races in Marlon's range.
Right.
So if Marlon's checking turns and rivers and Mo is in position, he can't be too afraid to put a small value bet out there.
I think that's exactly what I'm saying. He's got to realize that Marlon is playing him straight up. So those basic, if you revert to the basics, then you'll be able to use those as indicators.
It could prove to be, I don't know if it's intentional or not, could prove to be a good adjustment because sometimes when you have a player who's so advanced, they sometimes get trapped into playing too advanced. And remember, in the metagame, you always have to be only one level ahead of your opponent. If you're too many levels ahead, then you lose yourself.
It might work against you.
Yeah, so if a player steps back and reduces his meta level, then you should also reduce yours. Once again, dominated hands. This time Mo has the weaker 8. Queen 8 against 8-6. It's like a gut shot for both of them. One to the 7 and the other one to the 10. Other than that, it's queen high versus 8 high. But both worth betting and calling. Mo bets. Marlon has check called, hit the queen. And with no other diamonds in sight, it's not looking good for Mo's hand. It's still essentially a gut shot. A double belly is not gonna look too good when it comes 9-10 Jack Queen.
The way the cards are falling, parang si Marlon ang paparating dito.
Yeah, Mo is barreling away here. Marlon just improved to top pair with a gut shot to chop. So it's win or draw for him. Can only lose with a 7. The ace is clean, and Mo, the only way he can take this away is with a ginormous bet because he has 8 high. Marlon has called all the way. Is Mo gonna go big?
If he jams this, he gets it.
That's how big it's gotta be. He cannot
cannot
pull the
na rin yan.
trigger. Surrenders with 8 high. Good time for Warren to bring up what some people thought was a sign when he upset Mo Jiggy's pocket kings with his pocket queens early in the final table. So for those of you who believe in signs, you got reason to believe it may follow through. Flush draw for Marlon. Nothing much for Mo. Not connecting well with the boards, as you said. Mo checks, Marlon bets the flush draw, and there's really no reason to hang around there. So Marlon now building up that lead, greater than 2-1 now for the first time. Had him in this kind of shape earlier when that big setup happened.
Our camera acting up.
Yeah, that would be our flop cam, but seems to be affecting
It's our community cam. It's
everything.
the one, yeah. It's if we're talking supernatural, that's like a sign of a presence. That energy. I think our operator took it.
And we are good. Didn't take them long. Also, they were quick enough to put a few ads on the screen, so
Sabi ni Warren, may duwending kakampi si Marlon. Ma-out ko na pre-flop queens ako, ace 3 off siya. 13 players left, flop queen high. Nagawan pa ng paraan. Ganun talaga. Yung kay Mo, dapat shuffle lahat. Hindi mali yun. Hindi yun ang ruling. Yung
hindi.
apat lang na sobrang sinashuffle. Walang ruling na ibabalik yung ano sa lahat. Yung apat lang. Kahit sa ibang tournaments.
The solution always revolves around what most preserves the order of the deck, so that the burn stay the burn, and what would have been the turn and river stays turn and river.
Yes.
Now Marlon's playing 7 deuce, but he did get a free look out of it. Most got 9-5, not much better. 3-2 queen, a flush draw for Mo.
For Mo.
Bottom pair for Marlon.
Hindi, iba yung scenario na sinasabi mo, Warren. Maski sa Poker Stars. Iba yung scenario na yon.
The only resolution that involves shuffling the whole deck would be a premature card in a burn and turn scenario.
Yes.
But even then, they would set aside what would have been the river card, and the river card becomes a turn. So that's still in the spirit of preserving na yung dapat lumabas ay lalabas.
Oo, yung nakuha na. Ibang scenario yung sinashuffle lahat.
Yeah, that's a burn and turn procedure.
Yeah.
Procedure they saw earlier is a 4-card flop procedure. And just so I can repeat, the reason that procedure exists is because it does happen often enough that it is in the rule book. It's not that great of an anomaly. There is a fix for it, and they did it exactly the way it should have been done. Back to the action. Mo Jiggy, King 7 off on the dealer button, facing that 2-1 disadvantage. Marlon still trying to close out this show. And I gotta credit both players because I know we're heads up and you're supposed to play almost any 2 cards, but they're really being tested with the worst possible combos in the deck. When's the last time you saw an ace Broadway hand during this heads up match? Ace King 7, bottom 2 for Mo Jiggy. Nothing much for Marlon to call with. Let's see how Mo Jiggy can get Marlon to call 500. Trying to go for that balanced approach where he keeps betting 500. But Marlon has no incentive to hang around. Well, if you hear a racket, that is the mini main event, which also has gone down to its final 2 players, I believe. Last I checked, there were 3, and your good friend and mine, Richard Nakila, was one of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
8 deuce, true to form. This time it's a walk, and Mo wins with 7 deuce. I'm telling you, Jester, we can't even see a raisable hand, but they're playing it anyway. Playing it to the best of their abilities.
From the way cards are favoring Marlon, ang fearless forecast ko na dito eh. Parang
Well, when,
siya ang
when,
paparating.
when I hear you say something like that, then my advice to Mo would be to hang on until the cards don't hit him anymore, because you can't be lucky all day. It comes in swings, and wait for your swing. If you're not hitting the board, you just need to weather that storm. And here we go. Mo's got pocket aces. He went from having 7 deuce to pocket aces the next hand. Talk about swing. Gonna raise this button, and it will be sad face emoji if Marlon folds. He does not. He defends with queen deuce of hearts, and we are gonna see a flop. Not too much interest from Marlon. Mo's gonna try to build his spot, but I don't see how
Sibet
Marlon will
dito
hang
si
around.
Mo, and Sibet dito si Mo, hoping that Marlon hit anything, and I think this will be a quick fold for Marlon. There you go.
You called it, and Mo got the minimum out of that.
Pero kung nadagdagan ng isang heart, there'd been a 10 of heart.
I think any heart he would have gotten a call, but it's not in
Hindi,
the
10 of heart,
cards.
baka nagkalahatan pa sila eh.
So Marlon's hitting when he needs to, and he's missing when he needs to miss. That's a different kind of coordination, different kind of in the stars. It's when you miss when you need to miss, and he gets out of trouble
It's like
there.
it's like fate doing it for you.
Keeping him out of trouble.
Yeah. Hence we say in Filipino poker jargon, ang paparating, Boss Darren Yu. Shoutout sa'yo. Sa mga pinakamababait na poker benefactor. Pinakamabait. Darren Yu. Big shoutout. Pang 55 ako kahapon, day 2. Pang 55. Meron kaming malaking hand ni Kuya Edgar Asihan na napatapon niya ako sa turn with 1 card to go. And I folded a big hand. Ace Jack for Marlon.
Gotta make it a million minimum.
Three raise, 1.1.
A little sauce on it. Made it 1.1 million.
All in.
Oh,
Wow.
eto na.
Mo has picked the wrong time to make a move.
Eto
His,
na,
his cards are
Marlon.
live, but he's way behind. 65-35. 2-1 advantage in chips and 2-1 advantage to win the whole thing right now. Most tourney life is on the line with King 8 offsuit against the Ace Jack
Again, all in the
of
call.
Marlon Laksamana.
Mo Jiggy. All in for Sermon Live.
Marlon on the brink
There might not be a
of
repeat.
history.
Jack offsuit.
Denying Mo Jiggy of a second MSE trophy.
Oh, ace on the window, and with the 2 6s there, he's practically drawing dead. He needs running eights or
Almost.
running kings,
Running eights
because
or running kings.
with aces up, 2-pair will not do it. He could be drawing dead on this turn. He's
There you
drawing
go,
dead.
drawing dead.
Over.
Your retro summer.
Eliminated.
Mr.
Marlon
Marlon Laksamana.
Laksamana fruits of his daily grind. He is now he has now taken down his first major tournament in the Metro Card Club. This is gonna boost his leaderboard points, not to mention.
Finally, they say.
Yeah.
Finally.
Kasi ang tukso nila kay Marlon, laging pantupada lang. This time, major tournament na tong tinake down niya. And it was there. The signs were there. That escape with the queens.
Against the
That
same guy he
two-outer.
eventually had to beat.
Yeah, yes.
I mean,
And yung sinasabi,
that one hand
sinasabi
should have been the end of him.
Yung sinasabi ni Warren, how he escaped upset with ace-3, maybe a runner straight. So, those are the signs na magdi-deep ka and eventually be in a position to win a tournament. We will have an interview with our champion. Standby.
So we bring him in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you will take the headset. And I will be taking my leave. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you,
Let me bring,
Coach.
let me bring in the champ.
So, we're gonna... Oops. Nawala yung audio. Nawala yung audio mo, Coach. All right, Marlon, can you hear me? Ayun. All right, mga kaibigan, your 2025 Metro Summer Main Event Champion, Marlon Laksamana. Marlon, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tingin ka sa camera, huwag kang yumuko. Na hindi ka nila nakikita eh. Yan. Okay, ito. Interviewin muna. Ito ang unang tanong ko sa'yo. Nakailang bullets ka dito sa ano na to?
Nakadalawa.
Dalawa. Ba,
dalawa.
konti lang ha. On at the start of this tournament, playing day 1 ace or playing yung mga flights, pumasok ba sa isip mo na this is the tournament that you will eventually become a champion?
Hindi naman, pero pero sabi ko kakayanin ko kasi maayos naman yung tinawid yung stock eh.
Magkano yung tinawid mong stack?
135.
Oo, maganda. Okay, so naglaro ka ng day 1 na day 2, 135. Umangat ka ba kagad ng mabilis? Na double up ka kagad?
Tinamaan ako nung una, umabot sa 8 bigs ako tapos buti ayun na double up, na triple up.
Okay, and then you ended day 2 ng ilan ng stack mo?
1.3. Almost 1.3.
1.3, alright.
1.90 ganun.
Oo. Alam mo tayo sa tournament, Marlon, di ba meron tayong minsan may nangyayari sa'yo o meron kang great escape kasi kanina may kino-comment si Warren dito na buhay daw yung duwende mo kasi may hand daw kayo, ace-3 ka, pocket queen siya.
Oo, jumama ako
Na-
ng
naplapan-
10 bigs.
O, 10 bigs.
Na top set.
Top
niya.
set siya sa flop.
Oo,
Ano
kaya
nangyari doon?
hawak ko yung ace clubs na runner ko yung clubs.
Akala ko straight. So, nag-one card flash. Okay. Then, sa final table kanina, Nung bang nakakawala ka nung nag-runner flash, somehow ba pumasok sa isip mo na, uy, mukhang lalalim
Hindi pa.
ako, mukhang
Hindi pa
paparating,
dun.
hindi pa.
dun.
Hindi doon.
Oo, hindi pa.
Palagay ko dito mo naisip 'yon. Nung pocket queen ka
Oo, yun.
at pocket king
Oo, kasi
si
once
Mo
in a blue moon lang
in
yun.
the final table. Oo.
Ngayon ko lang na-experience yun. Nagulat din ako.
Two outer at kung paano pa siya nangyari nabulat-lat, puro
Oo.
numero, pero nakita apat pala yung baraha.
Parang
Sinapol
run
yung
twice.
baraha.
Parang run twice.
Sinapol yung baraha. Isa tinanggal. Pwedeng yun na yung queen yung natanggal, pero hindi
pwede,
yun yung
pwede.
natanggal. Paglabas, kita yung queen. At that point, ano naisip mo?
Doon sabi ko, pipinuhin ko yung tira ko kasi, puro mola puro pro yung kalamesa ko hindi biro
Oo.
Kung,
Okay.
kung makikita mo naman, iba yung play ko dito sa main kaysa dun sa mga weekend special, mga ganun.
Oo, binanggit ko nga yun. Lagi ko ang binabanggit yon. Ngayon, so, iyon yung isang nagagawa Lalo na gumanda yung stock mo. Alam mong may chance ka na. So, talagang it will definitely push you to change your gameplay. Kasi mas maingat na. Kaya nga sabi ko kanina, kung kita lang sana ni Mo at saka kanina pa pinapakita na napaka straightforward yung laro mo. Kung meron ka, wala. Kung wala, hindi mo pinipilit. Hindi mo pinipersa. They could have exploited that at one point, pero hindi naman nangyari.
Hindi.
Ngayon, lumamang ka na kay Mo. And then nangyari yung, going into the final table, bago ko muna, sabi mo nga puro mole. Wala ka halos mapiling pag-iingatan mo, parang
Ayun
lahat
na nga
pag-iingatan mo, di ba?
Wala akong makursunadahan sino yung kaya ko. Parang lahat
Oo.
behind ako.
Kung meron man siguro, baka si Nicolas. Doon ka lang medyo
yan.
nakalalamang ng galawan. But the
Siguro.
rest, parang nadedehado ka.
Oo.
Okay. Pero nung tinitingnan mo ba, nung na-double up ka, at kung meron mang isang tao na sana gusto mong maka-heads up na palagay mo somehow meron kang chance na bumalikat, sino doon sa mga kamesa mo?
Eto, si Mo.
Oo.
Kasi kanina, yung mga open niya, yung mga race niya, hindi ko na pinapatulan Hanggang sa hintayin ko na lang na kami na yung
Kayo ng
naman
dalawa.
ako naman yung anong
Ikaw na yung second
oo,
sa
ako
chip
yung
count
mape-pressure ba?
Oo.
Hindi ko nararamdaman yung pressure sa kanya kanina kasi hinahayaan ko siya.
Oo.
Hinahayaan ko siya.
Eto ba, gano talagang alam ko, kahit hindi mo sabihin, alam kong gustong-gusto mong manalo ng isang major tournament. Lalo-lalo na, lagi ka natutokso ng mga kasama. Katulad nga sa mga comment dito sa live stream, hindi ka na pang tupada raw. So, paano mo pinaghandaan? Pero malaking bagay yun, yung araw-araw ka naglalaro. Wag nating ipagwalambala yun. I think, yung araw-araw mong paglalaro
Step
have
yun.
prepared you para dito sa sa moment na to. Kasi ang dami mong natutunan with the experience na nakuha mo from the daily tournament na nilaruan mo. Sa paliwanag mo para sa mga nakikinig ngayon na nagsisimula pa lang mag-tournament, gaano ka-importante, ano yung mahalagang bagay na natutunan mo from the daily tournaments na nadala mo dito?
Ang sabihin ko lang sa kanila, mas maganda pa rin yung nagkakamali sila. Nagkakamali tayo. Kasi doon tayo matututo
Yes.
'Di ba?
So yung mga pagkakamali mo nung bago-bago ka pa lang, yun ang talagang natandaan mo kung paano itama at paano mag-improve from that. Okay. So anong pakiramdam that eventually you are holding a major tournament trophy?
Ano naman, ayos lang. Okay, sarap sa pakiramdam manalo ng major event.
At hindi lang yon, malaking bagay ito. Ikaw ngayon ang number 1 sa 2025 tournament leaderboard ng Metro Card Club. At itong panalo na to, maglalayo sa'yo ng gusto.
Ganun na nga.
Okay. Sabi ni John Mondalo, Kulot, congratulations. Ito, masayang-masaya to para sa'yo. Marlon.
Oo.
Tama na raw tayo makuha ng aral.
2 tables pa lang na nanonood na yan.
Talaga ba? Oo, nakaramdam.
Hindi ko alam kung fan ko yan o sticker ko yan eh.
Nakaramdam.
Oo.
At ito, bumabati sa'yo kapag hindi, mas matanda ka pala rito. Si Bea, binabati ka niya. Proud of you daw. Alright. Okay, Marlon. Hindi na kita patatagalin at alam ko marami nag-aantay sa'yo.
Oo.
Bigyan mo ng message yung mga katulad mo rin at one point, bago ka lang sa tournament, bago ka lang sa paglalaro ng poker, bigyan mo sila ng, maliban daw sa sinabi mo kanina, bigyan mo sila ng advice kung ano ang dapat nilang gawin.
Paano ba? Ano lang, maglaro lang sila ng maglaro. Tapos, kung ano yung mga mali nila, ano lang, tawag dito. Hindi ko alam paano sabihin eh. Paano ba dito?
Parang,
yung mga...
matuto sila sa pagkakamali.
Oo, parang ganun nga. Dapat, kung nagkamali ka ngayon, bukas, yung spot na yun, dapat
Wag mo
alam
nang
mo na
ulitin.
gagawin mo. Oo, hindi
Oo,
mo na pipilitin, ganun.
Mas mahirap kasi yung nagkakamali ka tapos hindi ka naman natututo. Minsan maraming ganun eh.
Oo, ganun.
At saka siguro, ikaw, nakita ko sa ito, hindi ka takot magkamali. Di ba? Hindi ka takot magkamali. At dito, lumalabas nga na. Kaya hindi ka takot magkamali kasi natututo ka doon sa mga pagkakamaling nagawa mo. Alright. At ayan po, mga kaibigan, once again, ang inyong 2025 Metro Summer Event champion, Mr. Marlon Laksamana. Marlon, again, congratulations.
Thank
Job
you.
well done.
Thank you.
Good GG, good game. Ayan, pakakawalan na kita. And in behalf of Marlon, in behalf of the men and women of the Metro Card Club, mga dealers, mga dealers, mga servers, mga floors natin, our operations, our marketing manager, Mr. Joven Huerto, our general manager, Miss Maylina Advincula. Ito po ang inyong lingkod, and in behalf of my partner, Ron Regis, ito po ang inyong lingkod, Jester Intia, nagsasabing maraming salamat, magandang gabi, mabuhay ang manlalarong pokeristang Pilipino.
Madam! Madam! Blowing that kahag!